Okay, I'm plugged into the... Where's all the volume in my voice? I don't have any volume. What the heck? I'm going to turn on the music and then start that over. That was already on. Okay, mute. That's much better. I don't know why that happens sometimes. Hey, Sfar. Okay, so we're keeping our eye out. Let me wipe. I'm going to wipe the history on Node. Wipe the history. And now we're looking for a regular subscription and a gift subscription. I don't think I'll do anything to deserve either today, right? I don't think I'm going to actually deserve any gift subscriptions or regular subscriptions, but in case they come by, I've got to remember that we're still hunting for a definitive message that I can use instead of the hacky way that I did it before. Because I think, I'm not sure how this happens, but the return from the event sub for a gift sub, is there a system message instead of just a chat message? But for a regular sub, there's no system message, it's just the chat message. I don't think that's the case though. There should probably be like a system message, a specific event. For a raid there is. For the raid, we had a specific event occur, right? I don't know. Twitch's API is crazy. It's crazy. We've dealt with it before, we've used it before, and much to our own, the detriment of our hair and remaining on our heads. I'm trying to say we're tearing our hair out at the API. There's some good no, this is different. Oh, you think they built it off of IRC then? But the event sub is where your robot tells Twitch that you're listening every 4-ish minutes, and when something happens, Twitch goes, "Hey, something happened. Here's some JSON," and then we parse through the JSON in order to route it to the appropriate stuff, right? But the JSON that comes back is kind of weird depending on what's happening. And our primary concern with Burn the Subs was the subscriber's name. We were just trying to operate on the level of having the subscriber's name in the thing. But the event sub does so much more. And so I'm going to try to parse out what I can in Node-RED, the way that we've been doing things. We're probably going to have subflows. There's probably going to have to be a bunch of different subflows for that. Smart idea. Did you just want to say idea? You don't have to compliment me when you say idea and activate the idea light. In the future, like with the emote kicker, I have it on like turbo ultra mode, but if I got more viewers, like if Burn the Subs was done and I actually got viewers, imagine that. But if that happens, then what I'll do is I'll have a percentage associated with it. So it sees the emote, flips a coin, and then that determines whether or not it kicks an emote. It's basically an exact copy of the Dorito thing on Tom Think's channel. Because having stuff for free is good. We'll have stuff for channel points, and we'll have stuff for subscriptions as well on the channel eventually. But for now, keep them free so people can actually have fun using them. Because there's not much that the consumer is really getting these days. It seems like everything that's happening is in the pursuit of fuck you, I got mine. It'd be nice to have just something be nice for once. All right, let's get all these jumpies out of here. We freed up our solderless breadboard for yet another day, and it almost immediately has to then be used to build another analog to the mixer circuit. I've got PCBs with the mixer circuit on it, but it's not the right circuit anymore. And so I need to physically test the mixer circuit to make sure that our idea is still good. And my execution of the idea is as minimized and functional as possible. It'll probably have noise because it's on the breadboard, but it might have noise because of the way I designed the circuit. So there's all kinds of stuff that I gotta worry about on that. The worrying is the worst part about engineering. the effervescent ideas and the execution of them is the fun part. But then you get to the part where you go, am I going to burn someone's house down with this? I really would rather not. But it's all part of the process. I'm going to clean up a little bit over here. It's getting a little tough to operate with such a mess. We're going to look at the smaller elements of this thing, the opto-isolator, the voltage regulator, and finish putting the connections on it too. So we need our power input, we need the voltmeter, we need this, and then we also need the solenoid. I don't know whether or not I should put the 3 gang in here and just pull out the middle one. What just happened? Something changed color. Did something light up that I wasn't aware of? Oh, and I didn't show the on-air light. What just happened? Hey, what's up, Incredible? Huh, weird. I saw some like lighting change that made me think that something was going on. I guess I could take over the Twitch O Bother sign. The Star Wars Mosquito Defense System. Oh, that laser mosquito wing plucker? Whatever happened to that? Is it still around? Used some kind of, whoa. Generic drugs! Is that a gift? It was. Incredimite gifted a sub to generic drugs. Oh, Pseudomaze, what's this? I'm about to make a PCB act as a stand-in breadboard. It'll have an SD card slot for logging temperature. It'll do on-off temperature control for a plant heating mat. Since it's an ESP32, I'm tempted to make it a web server that shows the data on a graph. Node-RED is really kind of cool. Incredimike says something is going on. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, the stuff that we're doing with MQTT and Node-RED can do stuff like that. Generic drugs are pretty cool. They're pretty cool. We could also make that do stuff depending on what people are doing, but I guess that's a project for another day. I just bought like a Corsair LED strip controller for that. But that thing looks kind of cool. It's all the way over there. Too bad it doesn't get on camera much. It's part of my boring rack full of stuff that makes the stream go burr. So let's take a look at the gift sub message. What happens here? Channel chat message, channel chat message, channel chat message, channel chat notification. Oh, hold on. Chat notification, event type, subscription gift. So subscription gift. Oh yeah, we can get rid of our Castellate message today. We don't need that. So that's if I get raids, chat message, debug, subscription, and then payload event type, not channel chat notification, subscribe gift, lowercase s, uppercase G. Okay, so that does work. I'm going to put this into a blue flow though. I shouldn't have deleted the other one. I've taken this, like that, copy paste, put that down here. Let's make it blue. Color blue, done. So there's our blue notification for a gift sub. Yep, Node-RED. Well, this is Node-RED. This is how we get event subs. We have a whole thing set up that gets event subs from Twitch, and that contains a bunch of different information. And obviously, I need to reorganize these a little bit because they're getting kind of sloppy. But right now, I'm just kind of trying to get the baseline of stuff from Node-RED. And eventually, what we're going to do is we're going to point the Node-RED, instead of at this little MQTT speaking Tasmota light bulb, we're going to point it at Burn the Subs, which is a giant XY table that has a blue laser on it, and it can actually burn the names of subscribers onto itself, and it'll be a system by which we send MQTT that says, here's a name, this is a gift sub. And then the board will go, let me find a spot for that. Okay, I found a spot, and then it'll put it up there. There's a couple, and there's a couple different plugins for Twitch event sub. The one I'm using is fairly simple. It just logs into the event sub and poops stuff out. I don't know if I can get a message into this, but it's just one singular node, and it was nice and simple for me to use. I'm sure there's documentation about what messages are coming back, but I just need to parse them out for myself, because there's been some kind of weird discommunication between what happens on Twitch and how stuff comes through. So that's cool. Incredible, Mike. Thank you so much for the gift sub to Generic Drugs. That means that we can parse through that and get information like the name and stuff like that. Sweet haircut. Thank you. I went to a salon, although she left it a little long in the back. I don't know if I like that, but it is nice to get the hair chopped every now and then. I feel more awake as a result, which is weird, but whatever. Now I could take the delay off and filter out of this and just have the color commands coming in. That may be something that I should just do. Yeah, this one's blue. So instead of all these things, what I can do is take this, take this, copy it, put it over here, get the color out of it, and then all these go into here. Delay 2 seconds off, but then that needs to go to both the filter and that would mean 2 locations that it has to go. All right, so that makes it a little weirder. I guess I could just have like, are there like organization nodes? Or just put a 0 delay on it? Delay. Oh, you're not allowed to do that. Okay. All right, well, I guess I'll just leave them the way they are for now then. I was going to have these all go into a common node, but because I find myself making this too often. Just like my zoom. That's all right. Leave it alone. Ah! Oh, that's right. This one doesn't like to. That would be the random chooser. This thing is the different colors that we're sending. And then this one goes to the punch box. It would be nice to make it like all my instructions in one area. And I guess I don't need that inject anymore because we know what we're doing. And then that's my master debug. That should probably be up here. Everybody else probably needs to move down a little bit. Try to get this to where it looks like the stuff that's happening. Need more room for weird chat message things. Oops. Chat message, raids here, subscriptions there. The only thing that I don't like right now is that subscription is channel chat notification. So actually that's going to conflict. Payload event type channel chat notification. What are you building a switch for? What do you mean? Yeah, my hair was so thick that it was actually hurting. At the end of the day, I was like, why does my scalp hurt? Can we put a mirror in front of laser? No. No, it's a powerful, it's like a 1.5 watt, 2 watt laser that we're underdriving a little bit because it's too powerful. I don't want to fill the shop with smoke. This is not what we're working on today. Why are people like this? Contains idea, contains awe. Just goes to the punch box. Don't need my inject. Hold on, let's do overlays. Oh, I'm in it. Blah, blah, blah. Where is it? There it is. Let us copy that and then paste it in. Where'd it go? Why do you do that with the overlays, OBS? I'm doing OBS shenanigans here. Oh wait, it's too big for you guys to see. So where did that go? I cut and paste it. Overlays, no computer threat, blah blah blah. Skeleton fork, freak fly. Start soon. That's the original. Display capture, color source, face cam. Ah, yeah, that's you guys. Did it not paste because it's a repeat? Oh no, there it is. Start soon. Instead, where's rename? I haven't done this in a little while. I just super click on it? No. Properties. Why can't I rename it? Oh, my chat paused. Your stream is kind of quiet compared to the other streams I'm browsing. I mean, look here, I'm up in the yellow, so I don't know what I could possibly do to make it louder for you, for your pleasure, but that's where we're at. I'm in the zone that I should be in to broadcast. I don't know what other, there shouldn't be any other volume controls after this. Yeah, maybe the other streams are peaking and or just not good at audio stuff. I don't give myself enough credit for knowing this audio stuff. I feel like I'm out in a wide world of people that don't know what they're doing, where they just kind of plug the Shure SM whatever into their computer and go, audio good, I'm done. What is my dog barking at? She's going freaking crazy. Nintendo stream is running in the red? Yeah, I wonder if they're peaking. Okay, the other start soon. I gotta rename this thing. There it is, rename. To start sooner. Start soon and start sooner. Start sooner, we're gonna put in the global overlay. We're gonna put in the global overlay. Okay, I guess I have to drag it in multiple. Where'd it go? What happens is your OBS builds up all these jokes over time, and things start to get a little cramped. One sec. Jeez. Somebody's outside doing gardening, and Willa decides that it's time to yell at them at full blast for 10 minutes. There's a guy called Mr. Carlson's Lab. I watch on YouTube occasionally. He's such buttery smooth and booming audio. That's interesting. Well, I mean, look, you can see I just got into the red there saying booming audio. All right, start sooner. Like that. Now we just have the regular one going, which I'm confused. I got confused at the look of my, yeah, there we go. Oh, I guess did I move stream start soon? I did. So where does that go? Start soon is all the way down here. Wait, Oh, they both renamed. Okay, Control Z on that one, OBS. It pasted a link to the other one. So I'm going to Control Z until it's no longer starts sooner and delete this one. So remove, and then we're going to, what just happened? Oh, are you sure you wish to remove? Yes. Okay, so paste. I don't want to paste a reference, I want to paste a duplicate. Copy, set color, order, transform, scale, blending, deinterlacing, show transition, filters, properties. So copy. Where's paste to duplicate? Why is that not activated? Weird. I guess I just have to make a new one. I would really rather just paste a duplicate. We'll just copy that address and just do media source. I can't see, I got to drag it off. I can't see it without a consistent background on the video. All the repeat stuff is getting in my head. Media source, and call it start sooner. And paste this. Excuse me, I can't paste. What the? Oh my god, everything about this is annoying. Start soon, this one. Loop it. Go. That should be start sooner. It should be at the top of the list. Okay, unview that. Bring this down here. All right, now, chat message contains start soon. And then starting. Where's contains? Contains starting, and then over here, and we look at Stream Deck command, time switch. Where'd the OBS flow go? Scene change. On off. Set input settings. Set FPS max. So that's a function because it's based on what the Stream Deck is sending it. So we want set input settings, and then I don't know what that stuff is. So let's just set input settings. Take that over to start soon. Take our 2-second time delay, and we're going to go into that and the set input settings. And the 2-second delay is also going to put it back. But that's only if start soon is going. We do need a filter on that. And we need the set back. So 2 seconds, set back into the filter. There's another flow here. And then, oh no, set input settings is way over here. So that's after the filter. That's just so that we don't get repeat messages. People try to keep like making it do stuff. So this is actually going here, and this will go here, and these will both get the message. And so that's going to be something. Something on, something off. It's going to be multiple messages, though. That's the thing. So we get the chat message, contains start soon, something on or off. So, and then we do the business of activating and deactivating an OBS scene. I'm just doing this for shits and giggles right now. This is not part of the stream. That's why we have start soon up right now. We need to like check to see if start soon is on. How do I do that? So if somebody says the thing, and no, but then it's only looking in this message, so I can't do that. I need to check OBS. So what's happening on set input settings? Request, set input settings, request type. So we can add our multiple things here. What it would be is request be toggle overlay. This is a powerful plugin. It can do a lot of crazy stuff. Duplicate scene item. It's too much. Stop and start stream. Caption. Scene transition. Jeez. Get monitor list. Let's go up from the top. Set current scene collection. There's a lot of stuff here. Version status. Broadcast custom event. Call vendor request. What? I'm calling up my OBS vendor? Hey, the OBS you sold me is bad. Set input name. Nope, not quite. Get mute. I might not be able to, can I not activate an overlay? That doesn't seem right. It's probably called something else then. Can Node-RED act as a mod? Yes, actually. I've given it those permissions. Some of those permissions. I've given it some of those permissions to do moderator stuff. I could have it ban people for saying, start soon. That's too draconic. Replay buffer, last replay buffer. Toggle output, start output, nope. Get record status, toggle record, start stop, toggle record pause. Oh my God. Pause record, split record file, create record chapter. That would be actually pretty useful to have on a Stream Deck button, because you could then do chapters depending on what you're working on. You just have to hit a button on the Stream Deck and have an HTTP request activate this via Node-RED. Remove scene item, create scene item. Get scene transform, scene item. None of this is right. Yeah, you just get the hammer for that. Scene item index. Blend mode. Get current program scene. Create scene, remove scene. That's stuff I don't touch. Source active. Is that what? That might be get source active, start soon, would be the first step. source active. These are sources, and there's like 10,000 of them. And that data would come back as a message payload. Request type, what is... Oh, OBS WebSocket docs. There we go. I wanted to activate a source. "200 instances of the word." Abstraction of identification of events. Conformity request naming similar terms. Gets a toggle. Yikes. We've already connected and everything. I'm going to unclose. The docs are going to be too confusing for me. This is a request. Get source active, and then I guess I'm just click done on that because I don't understand what I'm looking at. This is the stuff that like LebTV Live really understands. So here we set the FPS based on a function. Input name, message request parameters, source, input settings, frame interval, parseInt, blah, blah, blah. So the frame interval we're changing, and we return the message, so it sets that thing. And then when it sets that, we request to set our input settings to what the payload is. So in the end, we are telling it, input name this, input settings, frame interval. Because the input name is being given via HTTPS from the Stream Deck. This is how I automate some of the camera settings stuff. I have a Discord message. Oh, it's just somebody going live. Those are annoying. You can't turn those off. So what I'm trying to do is set sources. So then I would have... Okay, I'm starting to put it together in my brain. But is it on and off? I'll have to look up an example. Positive int. Yeah, so this will take that data. Oh, and this is the HTTPS response that's required, huh? Get source OBS FPS. That's when the HTTPS comes in, we close it out. I don't know if I still need to do that. Man, okay, this is... It would be... Can I toggle the source? So you check to see... So I'm going to do like... I'm just going to copy this just to make a note for myself and say, check if source is on. And then contain starts soon. Check if source is on. Will be one thing. But how do I would need to request from it. Did you get water for the mead? No, it's on my list. In just 1 minute. Water for mead and taxes. That's going to be a last minute. What was the other one I need to remember? Pump stock send RS. I got that. Keyboard CAD violators. Mixed circuit. Check the phases. Move castellation to edge. And then another arrow on that one. Say violators. That's the next thing that we got to do with the circuit. I got to do this on my own because it's boring. Um, insulin, oh, it's no longer Monday. Insulin, I still am waiting on. Waiting on stock. That may resolve today. So no longer 170 per day. Emote flipper we're working on. Onagachi I need to get to. Burn the subs is ever present. There's so many more things that I just, one thing at a time though. All right. Right now, we're Leb TV Live watching. He would immediately have advice for me in terms of getting, what do you call it? Getting it to flip on and off a scene. Tax is boring. I still got to do them or else Uncle Sam's going to be right up my pooper. I don't want him there. I don't want Uncle Sam there. It's not none of his business. But, you know, years past, I haven't had to do taxes because I haven't made enough money to do taxes. And I still don't make enough money to do taxes, but I do them anyway because it's a 1099 MISC and no tax has been taken out of it. So I'm just going to do my taxes, see what I owe, pay them, and then the book's closed. Even though technically under a certain income, you don't have to pay taxes. Yeah, so what I'm trying to do is if the message, if OBS is, oh my God, if the start soon scene is active. Oh my God, she's barking at everything today. I guess there's a lot of distracting stuff out there. But it's like all I hear in my brain is barking when I'm trying to think of how to do this stuff. Set scene. Well, it's set two scenes on and off. So I need to basically just toggle them. One turns on and the other turns off. I don't know if I can do two things at once with the request. I can actually. So I can actually set yeah, message.payload, and I can have the on and the off as two different requests. So get source active. I need start source, stop source, because they're called sources in the UI. You can see here, the UI they're called sources. Ah, sorry. Hold on, wait a sec. It's a little smaller. Sources, right? Sources. So sources, and then I can say start, and stop the thing. I reported 8K in 2023, which was more or less accurate. That was a rough year for my savings. I'm a little lower than that, but yeah, that's tough. Yeah, the void is, it's because my center monitor is larger than the other two. So I expand the stream over the OBS instance is me looking at absolutely everything that's happening. And so why is that in the middle of the screen now? When did I do that? Why is it in the middle of the screen? Hold on, I gotta move it. You are supposed to be down here. That shouldn't affect the other one. Okay, so start soon would be activated. So this would be request. So it needs to be like activate or set scene. Get source, source filter index, get version, get status. Broadcast custom events, call vendor request, get hotkey list, trigger hotkey by name. That's not, I could set hotkeys. That's always an option, but I don't think I need to do that. We're not inputs, we are sources. There needs to be a search dialog on this thing. Get input properties list. Press input properties button. What? That's crazy. Media input status? No, that's source. We're looking for source stuff. Toggle output is not quite what I'm looking for. Toggle record. Pause record, split record file, create record chapter, get scene, group scene, get scene, ML what? Remove scene item. It's not really a scene item though. Scene item enabled. Get current program scene, no. Get scene, remove scene. The scene is the group of sources that you've put together. Stream status, that's an interesting one. Stop stream, send stream caption. See, I don't know if my I don't think the plugin that does the dual streaming works with this. Oh, I'm sorry, YouTube. I didn't get your stream set up. Hold on. We need to pop out your chat. Hopefully nobody said anything. Nobody said, oh no, Lawn Dog said he was here. Hi, Lawn Dog. How about chat? There you go. Now you're participating. All right, I forgot to do that. Always something. Transition, studio mode transition, bar position. I don't know what that is. Studio mode enabled. Wait, why did I skip over it? We're trying to activate and deactivate a source. Scene item enabled. Get scene item enabled. Would that be the start soon? Scene item locked. Yeah, it is. So it's a scene item, not a source necessarily. Set scene item enabled. Is there a disabled? Blend mode, index, locked, enabled, transform. Create and remove. I don't want to remove it. I just want to deactivate it. I could get the scene item list too. It must be scene item. I think that has to be it. Get input settings, set input settings. It's not an input though. It's a source. Get source. Get source filter kind list. Get source filter list. Those are create source filter. I don't like that these are all over the place in terms of where they're listed. Custom events, sleep, input list, input kind list, special input, create input, remove input, set input settings. That's how we do the cameras. Input volume, audio balance, audio sync offset, audio monitor, audio tracks, input property list, no. Media input status. I guess it's a media input, right? Set media input cursor. Oh, that's different. No. Trigger media input action. I don't think that's the right one. I don't know. Because it would be scene item is the scenes. So that would be an item on the list. I can't show you guys again. The item on the list to the left. But then sources is really where I'm looking. So that's scene, 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 scene. But is the source a scene item? Scene item blend mode. Scene list, group list. Set current scene. Remove scene. This is stuff that I got to learn anyway. Source. So source active. I think these are the kinds that I need. Source active, get source screenshot. That's an interesting one. Save the screenshot, get stream status. So the only things that I've got for sources is active and screenshot for some reason. Are there other source things? No. This is why I'm open source projector. No, I don't think that's right. That's very strange. I've got to figure out how to do this stuff. I'll have to look up. Maybe there's an example somewhere. All right, so I can't do that as quickly as I wanted to right now. The hardest part for that is going to be checking OBS to see whether or not a source is active. And if it is active and somebody says something in the chat, I'm going to blow it up for just a couple seconds and then put it right back to where it was. And that's why I made 2 sources, and I thought I could activate and deactivate the sources or make them visible or something like that. But none of that language is in the OBS plugin stuff. I'm sure it's doable, but because in these actions I can do 2 things because I can do 2 things over here too. So what I'll do is I'll set the message payload to have 2 payloads. Excuse me. Have 2 payloads that will be contained within the 2 different things: the start soon and the start sooner. Would be like set back would be set message payload dot starts soon. How do I have that in here? Start soon. Just start soon. And then message payload dot start sooner. That'd be something like active. I don't know exactly what that's going to do. Deactivate or something, or toggle. And then here it would be, this one would be message payload start soon, and then I'd add an instance, but I can't get to the button. There we go. Oh, request start soon, and then request message dot payload dot start sooner. And there would have to be something like, I don't even know. It's like activate and deactivate. What am I doing with that? Toggle output? Probably not. Scene item list. Get scene item list. Because there's only 3 commands for source. Oh, open source projector? No, that doesn't sound right. Send stream caption. Source screenshot. Scene name, remove scene, create scene. Don't want to mess with that. Preview scene, groups list. Scene item blend mode. Pause record, toggle pause, stop record, start record, toggle record, get record status. It would be request change, wouldn't it? That's right, because they're under change. Current scene, set current profile, create profile, remove profile, get profile parameter, get, set. So it'd be set source something. Set filter, get version, get hotkey, set input name, no. Well, oh, but it's not an input, it's something else. So I'm looking at all the sets. Set input settings, maybe? Set input mute. So maybe it would be set input settings. Not sure. So that's why I don't know what the commands are necessarily. I know what the logic is supposed to be, but and then somehow I have to check to see if a source is on. But all right, those are my notes. I'm just going to deploy this. That's just slightly reorganized, and we've got all our functionality now. And now if I get a raid, it'll show up as purple on the light, and if I get a gift subscription, it'll be blue. I have to remember these color codes now that they've gotten very complicated. How's everybody else doing? I mean, we're going to be soldering today, so we'll be using our hands. I was going to set up a little petulant thing that basically said if I got a chat message that contains some kind of a question about the start soon, then I would throw this giant stream start soon animation onto the thing. I've got a little bit more to learn, but that's like that kind of basic functionality. Once I know how I'm doing things in OBS with Node-RED, I can just send those requests through the network and get that kind of sort of interactivity functionality out of this thing. And that leads us to what we're actually working on today. So I'll turn off start soon. Hello, everybody. You're seeing a giant Node-RED interface, and you're not listening to any music because music is especially copyrighted. So anybody watching on the VOD and the good people watching live on YouTube, you guys don't hear the music. It's on a separate track because the recording industry cannot be suffered, as well as the advertisement industry. So if I use too many naughty words, I could potentially get banned from Twitch. Isn't that neat? Isn't that nice? Because advertisers said, we don't like that very much, and we would like you to actually kowtow to our puritanical thoughts about how Americans should live their lives, among other nationalities. We want maximum brand representation, and that doesn't happen when you guys aren't being good little boys and girls on our platform. And the thing is, like, the advertisers don't like freaks. I love freaks. They're the best people in the world. I liked Twitch because it was a bunch of filthy little freaks doing their thing, right? I loved it. It was awesome. And you could support them directly through Twitch. Now, that's still kind of true because I've turned off as much ad shit as I possibly could. But, you know, you can't get around a lot of it. Oh, one of the other things I want to do is blood glucose from Heroku. So hold on, I got to write another task item on this list. BG from Heroku. That way, my blood glucose level is known by all of my interaction systems. BG from Heroku, smart status from server. Among other things, I got to get my file server that has all this stuff connected to it to be able to read in Node-RED, and then I can have an emergency server light. So that will also cue you in that it's being uploaded. Wait, what are we talking about? Did you just put a message into the wrong window? Oh, the blood sugar stuff. Well, okay, so we did actually fix that. That is fixed. That was a setting in AAPS. So now I've got all of my insulin actions are going through this thing, and in the next month I'll be able to get good statistics out of it. But I guess if I can get into this, even just open this web page and pull something out of the HTML, then I could potentially use this to have like a stat tracker. I could use like a little LCD to give me like statistics, maybe. I mean, all the statistics data is in this tool, so I could also have it try to access that. But I know there's a like an admin request. I had a BLT. I mean, I gave plenty of insulin for it, but I guess the little cupcake that they gave me with the BLT was probably not something I should have had, because I've pretty much catapulted myself into hypoglycemia. It's doing its thing. It'll come back down. Okay, so I'm going to close that because you guys don't need to know that information. But I can also have anything interact with that kind of stuff. It's pretty cool, like tying stuff into Node-RED. The flows are getting a little Dracula flow. Well, they're getting away from being Dracula flows. They're starting to become more like more Aesop rock. They're getting very complicated and hard to follow. So that's something that I need to kind of like work on. I'm adding a load switch to a backplane. Well, I'm not going to be doing that stuff today. I'm not going to be doing that stuff today, Crash Systems. That is a hell of a Twitch name to have gotten. That's a good get. Yeah, so those are just things that I need to work on, is getting all this stuff into Node-RED so that I can operate on it. What you're looking at right now is the Twitch event sub node, and this is a big deal because we've gotten this working. This will eventually lead to burn the subs. It hasn't yet, because I'm still learning the ropes, but trying to prevent inrush load. Oh, I see. Yeah, well, I mean, maybe you could use Node-RED for that. Aesop dropped a new song. Oh yeah, that's right. He's got a new song coming out, or a new album coming out. All right, I'm talking about 500 things at once. Let's just pull it into Node-RED. Node-RED is a system that I'm using in order to create Java flows that come from stuff, whether it's a button that I hit on the Stream Deck right here, or a periodic request from some kind of an API. What we have going on right now, one of the big things that we're doing, one of the big functionalities that I've just achieved without the help of LebTV Live. Fadanon helped me with this one, but LebTV Live sat me down and we went through the process of signing up for the Twitch event sub thing. It can be confusing. The language is very specific. You have to do it exactly as they say, and you have to get these big alphanumeric codes from multiple different sources. And once you put them in, what'll happen is Node-RED will now sign on to the Twitch event sub. It'll say, hey, I'm XYZ robot, here's my secret code, and then it'll stay up on the event sub, basically pinging Twitch every four-ish minutes. And so what happens when something on Twitch occurs is Twitch goes, hey, something happened, here's something. And apparently a chat message is one of those somethings. What'll happen is it'll come in JSON, and this is a JSON flow. So that specific message has an object attached to it that has properties. That gets tossed to the next thing in line. So what I have is I have the duplicate message going 3 different places. I could filter it out just with one of these things and then put a bunch of put a bunch of different conditionals on it, but I'm not doing that. This just spreads things out so that we can have individual branching trees of functionality. So what happens when a chat message comes in is that object contains a lot of stuff. And the stuff it contains are things like user ID, username, their sub-tier. So I could filter you guys based on sub-tiers. It has your user ID. It has a link to your profile picture. All this stuff that we can use. Flatulent Gonad has used it to great effect. Basically going in and showing like a username that's talking and throwing up a different thing. Is they called casts. I know dick all about all this stuff. I'm not good at it. I'm still learning. But anyway, what happens is when it contains text, when the chat message, which is a property of the payload. So payload event type, channel chat message. Then we look for a word. So payload raw event message text. That's where the message text is held within this object. If it contains my emote, which is ob-aw, and we're not including the well, I guess I could include it. Contains mega aw. If it contains either of those, then we set the message payload to be something different. And we set it just to be the number 300. So 300 is then sent to the punch box. The punch box takes in an MQTT message and parses it out to be one singular number that it then converts into whatever it needs in order to set a number of milliseconds that it should stay switched. So it takes in that number, says, oh, 300 milliseconds, got it, tutunk, and does the timing thing of charging up the voltage and then kicking a solenoid. So that's sort of how we're using this. It's very powerful. We have all kinds of different things that can be taken out of the event sub, like a point redeem. We can set off a fart with. This I think I'm just payload.reward name is fart. So if the payload reward name is fart, we can set a message payload, and then I can have it set the fart box to a random fart or one of a 0 through 9. This is just checking to see whether it's 0 or 9. Otherwise, it gets set to 0. So that's the kind of functionality that I can roll out. What I wanted to do is have 2 scenes, one turns off and the other turns on, so that if start soon is up on the stream, then I can have, if somebody says start soon or starting, it'll blow up the start soon on the screen and then shrink it back down again after 2 seconds. So that was the idea. I didn't quite get to it. But right now what we have is the flow that I just talked about. This one with the timing in it. Where did that go? All the way down here, point redeem, no, not fart. This would be, oh yeah, contains the awe emote. We have it sending MQTT. That is basically just that message payload, and we get out of it a number that sets the timing for closing the circuit to the solenoid. Because that system is 100 volts, I need to build it onto a solid circuit board. We had it on breadboard. This is solderless prototyping board. This is the birthplace of all of innovation. All electronics innovation starts here. These things are great. You need to build up some through-hole parts, and if you don't have the through-hole parts, you need to make adapters for them. So things like breakout PCBs and soldering headers onto things that don't have headers. Like, you know, your microcontroller will have a bunch of holes on either side. You solder headers on it, and you're able to plug it into a board like this. If it doesn't quite plug in, sometimes you make a little adapter board on a slightly more permanent prototyping board. You don't spin off a full PCB design for every little thing that you want to do around the shop. Maybe if you could like, oh, I could sell this. If you're willing to do that, then maybe you would make a PCB in order to do that. But usually you just crack open a bunch of soldered prototyping board and whip together just a quick little test circuit that will hold your parts onto this thing without them flying all over the place or popping out. There's a certain button that when, kind of like this one. Oh no, that one's on there solidly, actually. Never mind. Those little tactile buttons like pop off of the breadboard. So I made a little board like this that has buttons on it. So that's one thing you do, right? Like the Donkey Kongs won't quite line up properly with the prototyping board. So I made a little Donkey Kong adapter for this. So you can throw your circuit together. It's super janky, but sometimes it operates. Now I've seen YouTubers who are so advanced at circuit skip this step for permanent installations, and it really bugs me. They're like, I made a soil moisture measure, and here's where I mounted the prototype board into the permanent project box, and it's still on breadboard. You don't do that. This stuff is disposable enough that if you're going to put something into a permanent installation, you know, benefit of the doubt, I used sockets to put this stuff in here. I didn't permanently mount it, right? But at the same time, you make something like this. If it's a one-off and it's sort of super custom and you're not going to sell it, you could be justified in just spinning off like a printed PCB to put something together, just as like a way to reduce the amount of bird's nest that you've got around a circuit. You can skip this step, but if it's going to be like a one-off thing, this is a really good step to do because you don't have to involve the computer right away, and I don't have to like size out this thing. I don't have to do the measurements. I can just kind of eyeball it and get everything together. Yeah, if these are exposed to the elements, they're not made out of good metal. They're made out of like entry-level conducting metal, which means they really, really like to rust. Like I don't even think that's zinc coated. I think that's just pig metal. Well, no, because they don't rust on their own. Well, they might. Yeah, this is guaranteed. This is the cheapest stuff in the world, right? These are just metal clips that your stuff goes into and connects to the row. And so you arrange things in rows to conduct electricity around. But again, this is so janky. Like these circuits will sometimes work when you press your hand on them because things aren't making good contact. I found a bunch of AliExpress test leads that are made from iron. Oh my God. Yeah, so circuit boards are kind of a luxury. I mean, we're almost at a point where like rolling out a circuit board for something like what we're doing today could be justified. The CAD tool takes a little bit of fiddling, and I'm streaming, so I kind of want things to constantly be moving forward. I could take time to sit down with CAD, and I could look up and see if I can find a 3D model of the Nixie thing. All that stuff, because, you know, people print plastic to go around their circuit boards now using the tools that I use, and so they'll have a 3D model of that particular board, or at least the placeholder. Or I could make one. I could just get out the calipers and I can measure, you know, the width and the height and try to get a giant capacitor on there. I've done that before, is actually make a PCB in the CAD tool in order to render the 3D PCB so that I can put the module that the PCB is onto my circuit. It's a real roundabout thing. It takes a lot of time sitting on your ass and not really actually building anything. I figure this thing is simple enough that I don't really want to make a circuit board for it, and I might want to expand it at some point. Even some of the wires that look like copper, when you strip them back, are magnetic. I have a feeling that if I took one of my jumper leads here, these are practically disposable. Yeah, you can reuse them between projects, and I often do, but they're so cheap. Things like this and the kit that you use to work with the solderless breadboard are so cheap that when it starts to get a little bit disorganized, I just order a new one. I'm gonna need insulin in the middle of the stream, by the way. Oh yeah, check this out. So I have a magnet hanger above the desk here. It's where I keep a lot of my often used tools and maybe just some things that are funny. But that is absolutely magnetic. They're not made out of expensive stuff. Let's just get that straight. Yeah, get the crimps that they use to make these cables. You can also get DuPont, male DuPont crimps. Those are pretty common and cheap, and the tool for them is just your normal, this guy right here, this Presivia PR3254 is the one I use. There are others like it, but this one is mine. And you would use the round crimper with a DuPont connector, and that Bob's your uncle. You can just make them all day. I have that. I have that ability. It's powerful. Ow! Wait, you said ideal. This also takes ideal. Huh. I wonder if I need to tell it. It just saw. Wait a minute. Yeah. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I could do contains idea space. Or do I put it in quotes? I think I need to put it in quotes to specify that this is exact. Wait, deploy, and that, and then we say regular idea, okay, ideal. Damn it. Oh, confirm deploy. Damn it. We weren't actually testing. Idea. Uh-oh, ideal. Nope, I broke it. Broke it. Oh well, I guess it's funny the other way anyway. DEA, that one should just activate a police siren. Idea. Done. Deploy. Confirm. I could probably put a space in there. Put a space bar after that, and then maybe it would isolate to a single word instead of idealized and ideal. Excuse me, and any other word that has idea in the middle of it. You only get one, because what that turned into was turn on, and then 2 seconds later, turn off, right? So what happens is on that first one, you double trigger, but the filter that I put in keeps repeat messages from happening, because that keeps the light from flickering on periodic change stuff. Okay, so my glucose level is in the stratosphere. I'm really hoping that the amount of insulin I took will take it back down, or at some point in the middle of the stream, my pump is going to start screaming at me. It'll beep, go crazy. So at that point, I'll have to change diabetic stuff. We'll see. I'm not going to worry about Node-RED at the moment. Node-RED is just there to broker messages over to our stuff. Our stuff needs hardware. What we need to do is continue to build this board. Now, we've gotten it to a point, and I know it's super slow. It's super slow on stream building stuff, but I have to show you. I have to show you guys what's going on, and that way we can have conversations about stuff, and you guys can piss me off by telling me my ideas are dumb. But yeah, we got to do that. We got to do that. I have to bring you through all this stuff. So we're going to find a couple opto isolators. We're going to put high resistance resistors in between our fragile 3.3 volt ESP and the stuff we're triggering, the power supply activation pin and the JFET. And we're going to put those isolators in there so that 100 volts does not interact with 3 volts. We also need to put a 5 volt regulator on this thing, and the 5 volts is that's the power we're going to use to trigger the opto isolators and stuff, or trigger the high voltage stuff, because that's a different regulator from the 3v3. So our little 3v3 guy should be mostly isolated. It's not going to be super duper ideal isolation, but it'll be good enough. I don't know if we need to put like a filter between 5 volts and the regular 3 volts, because like the way it is right now, our circuit looks like this. This is how we used to have it, right? So the 100 volt PSU gets an enable. We have our voltage meter and our 3 big capacitors. They're all connected to the same line, and that's got the flyback diode and the coil on it. And then down here we have our Darlington array. I've drawn it as a transistor. And so what I'd like to do is put an opto isolator in here. So the opto isolator is essentially, I'll put it in a big box. Opto isolator here. And that is going to be a diode to ground. 1K is pretty sensible. I mean, we could calculate what exactly the diode is going to be, but I mean, 1K should make enough light that the phototransistor inside of the optical isolator will activate. And this is not actually how it should be wired up, because this needs to be triggered from a small amount of current. So down here, we will have a resistor to ground, and something like 10K. It can be a lot less than that. Put a question mark by it. And then over here, we're going up to 5 volts. So it's not, the 5 volts over here is just basically an LM1117, maybe. I think I have one in 5 volt flavor, but that'll be 12 volts. And this thing also gets 12 volts. So our 12 volts from our input, and then this will go to 5 volts and ground. And our ESP is also going to get, I believe, 5 volts. And then its internal regulator is going to make 3 volts. So we keep all of that kind of isolated. My question is, over here, I'm coming over here with the 5 volts. If anything terrible happens to this transistor, I don't think it'll bleed back into our 5 volt line. Oh yeah, we need like a 2.2K. So we've got the 1K ohm resistor here protecting our 3 volt stuff. All that's doing is lighting up an LED. This is just a current limiting resistor now. It's not really a sort of an isolating resistor. So that is using the 5 volts in order to trigger the Darlington, which then triggers the 100 volts. It grounds our 100 volts. There's a weird leakage on the line too, but oh yeah, this goes away. Let's just get that. Here, I'm going to redraw this. Now, we can't use the shapes that are included with the thing. That would be stupid. So we've got a box, 100 volts, enable, ground, and then our resistor here is going into enable. And this thing also gets 12 volts. And then positive goes to here. So that is essentially, and I actually could make that work a little better. We could make that work a little better. good schematic is important in a job like this, especially when we're dealing with high voltage, right? You want to have all your ducks in a row, and you don't want your ducts to be hooked up to stuff that ducts can't handle. So, yeah, MS Paint Cat is one of the best. You just got to learn to do mouse text easily, cleanly. So that's essentially what we're doing in order to charge. My ducts are mechanical. I've been working on kind of a theory crafting mechanical engineering thing that I want to do, and it hasn't been easy. It's a lot of like plates that interact with one another, and they've got to have a particular shape, and I don't know what the forces they have to take are, and it's something that I've been thinking about a lot. I ordered a book that is nothing but mechanical systems. So it's a bunch of different mechanical systems, including like bridges and stuff like that, but it's a lot of like patent style drawings. I'm hoping that it gives me a little bit of inspiration. Oh, I took this off of the wrong thing. Derp, 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 derp. Nobody called me out for that. Doink. Doink. Yeah, it's like 1800 mechanical something or others. There's two books that I got. One of them is paperback, but the other, it's like all these little drawings, but I don't know. I don't know if it'll have what I'm looking for in it. So anyway, this is how we're energizing the coil with 100 volts. We basically put 100 volts here and wait. And then when this is triggered, the 100 volts flows to the coil. Then the magnetic field turns off and the coil puts negative 100 volts on that line and it goes through this diode. We have a big beefy diode that we're going to put underneath the power supply. That will be a permanent install because while the transistor can be kind of fragile and break at 100 volts, the diode does not. The diode is pretty strong and robust. So we'll just put that physically underneath and keep all of our high voltage in this area. Okay, so we need to find opto-isolators and we need to find a 5-volt regulator. Now, it would be kind of neat if we could do through-hole ones. Let's see what we've got. I think I have some through-hole. Actually, I think they're in my regular stuff. There's some really narrow opto-isolators that I have. And actually, some of them are the size of the through-hole ones, but they're for SMD. So let's look through my SMD stuff and see if we can find an iso-optolator. Thought that was a long one? That is pretty long. I don't know. I'm leaving it up to you guys to figure out which number correlates to which fart. And I know somebody did do that, but nobody clipped it because nobody does anything on my stream. So, all right, let's see here. I am looking for an optical isolator. Well, whatever random one was chosen there, but you guys don't know. All right, get this to where people can actually see what's going on. And focus. Go. All right. How come I have? Oh, these are ones that have yet to be blown up, and these are ones that I've blown up. It is an unfortunately rather full bin. It's the Omnipod IC. Pretty cool. That one's for RF communications, but then the other one is this one. This one has some transistor stuff in it. I just don't know what they look like. How do you keep torturing AT-Tinies? I just keep hooking them up wrong. There's the Tiny 24. This one's actually pretty good. These are all ICs, so there are no opto-isolators there. I have not ordered an opto-isolator anytime in the recent past. These are just a lot of weird things. What are these? Wait, why are these in here? What are these? These are all the stuff that I've been ordering for like synthesizer projects, right? So I think there's some, I didn't label this whole one. I don't think I've ordered. What are you? Huh. There's just some weird stuff in this one. I gotta label these. I gotta come back and figure out what's in here and actually give them all labels. Yeah, see, there's my RP2040s that we're gonna use on the keyboard project, among others. I think this is the headphone amplifier for the mixer. Yeah, some cool audio stuff in here too. Oh, I do have some of these. That's right. I ordered a bunch of them. I've got 2 different ones. What are you? Maybe these are the transistors I was looking for. These are probably voltage regulators. I'm going to take a stab at that. They're not. Huh. What did I order? When did I get these? VC16? I guess they're a type of transistor. Oh, maybe I was trying to... What kind of labeler? It's a brother labeler. There are better ones out there these days. There are better ones than the one that I used. Oh, so a lot of these are 303 parts. That's right. Okay, so there's going to be no opto-isolator there. 4391. Is it just like a transistor? I think so. Lin receiver, Max 308. These are ASICs, so opto. Two? I don't want to use my 2 remaining opto. What about the... Okay, these are ones that have been previously used but are available. Some of them salvaged. Yeah, I'll take 2 matching ones from some random thing that I took apart. It's an N-channel JFET. That was for I think it was a synthesizer thing. Oh, I have other opto isolators. Wait. SSOP. Give me the thing. Give me. Ah, these are a little bit different. They're a little bit close for my liking. Yeah, we'll use the other ones. Never use the new components. Just save them. Save, save, save. I don't want to order more opto isolators. I want this circuit to work and just to be done with it. So here's they. These are they. So what is our part number? P124. It might be 21 P124. P124, TLP124. So it would be P124 is what I was looking for. TLP124 opto isolator from Toshiba. Oh, come on, Mauser. Just give me the data sheet. Not recommended for new designs. Well, I got news for you. Toshiba mini flat coupler TLP124 is a small outline coupler suitable for surface mount assembly. Collector emitter voltage, 80 volt minimum. We're going to use 5. Wait, 80 volt minimum? I'm sure it's fine. 3,750 volts RMS. It's able to isolate. All right, that'll do. That'll do. So pins 1 and 3 are the emitter. Hey, bad direction. Yeah, 2N3904. Not recommended. There are so many spin-offs. Milliamps, forward current, peak is 1 amp, reverse voltage 5 volts, diode power dissipation 100 milliwatt, so 100 milliwatt diode, so diode calculator, because I'm too dumb to do simple math. 100 milliamps saturation, and the voltage, the forward voltage on the diode. Diode power dissipation junction to emitter. It's probably going to be 1 point. That's power dissipation. Junction temperature storage. Blah 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 blah. Junction temperature. This says 80 volts for the collector emitter voltage. I hope I don't need to have 80 volts. I think I've used these in lower than 80 volts. Oh, 0.7. Diode current, 4 million billion zillion amps. What? Wait, I don't like this calculator. I don't think it's doing it right. 400 billion amps. Wait a minute. That doesn't seem... Oh my God. Forward current. It does watts. Why are we not doing... These web pages are just absolutely brilliant. I love them. I love things on my screen. I love it. I hope they get all of my money. Resistor calculator. These are just dumb little things. So the slide voltage is 3.3 volts. Our forward voltage is 0.7. 0.7. Forward current is 100 milliamps. 26 ohms. We can put a 1K in there, I think. I think we can put a 1K in there. I don't think it needs to pop off and be as bright as it possibly could and everything gets hot. Maybe I'll put like 100 ohms. No, it's just put 1Ks. I've got a ton, but it's operated by a pulsar star. Yeah, you have to put the power output of 2 smaller countries into this thing in order to get it to work properly. Yeah, I think we'll be okay. There's a lot of weird voltages running around this thing. The next thing that we need to find is a voltage regulator. I need to find a voltage regulator. So that's going to be in my other surface mount parts. So we're back to what we were doing before. We need to find a 12 volt to 5 volt regulator. The LM1117 is usually pretty good. And I think I had one that was 5 volts. Got in from doing yard work, having to walk. After having to walk to and from work this week, I'm not used to walking at all. Oh. After having to walk to and from work, I thought that would prime you. Yard work was the last thing I thought I would do when tired. Huh. I thought walking to work would like prime you on getting your steps in. SOD323 Schottky, SCR, 400 volt triac. I got a lot of weird stuff. Quad SOIC, there's an NPN, PFET, Logic NFET, my F beads, and the resistors that I want to use. I don't want to have to go resistor hunting. I'm going to try it under 1K and just see if it's able to do stuff. Resistors are pretty easy to replace. Fuses, pogo pins. Oh, there's another thermal webcam in there. USB adapters. My tiny fans. PCA 95. What is that? Oh, something I've never used. USB mux, jumpers, SMD. None of this stuff is... Oh, yeah. The SKSC side button. Got plenty of those. Those are the Alps ones. Nice. I was talking about those last stream. One of y'all is going to contain a voltage regulator. Pont clamps. Those are connectors. These are LEDs. Oh my god. Yeah, that's right. These are gate drivers. Those are tiny. 20 amp RFET. What? Singular op amp. And then that stuff. So this is the plague of doing stuff with electronics, is that you will end up with a lot of LEDs. Because LEDs are awesome. I have ultraviolet LED. Okay, all right, let's put that one away before things get too fun. Miscellaneous. Well, maybe it's in there. 1117, 317, SOD 223. This might be what I'm looking for. I think these might be 5 volts or adjustable. 5 volt 1 amp LDO though. Let's go with that one. Yeah, this is a mistaken purchase. I bought a bunch of these and they were accidentally 5 volts. We can use one here. That'll give us a full amp at 5 volts. We're not going to use anywhere near a full amp at 5 volts. So this thing should stay moderately cool. It should not heat up at all. I walk enough around my welding table at work. Ah, different situation then. Because for me, I'm sitting here at this desk, not walking around. So if I was able to walk to work, I could be in much better shape. All right, now we need 2 random capacitors. Why? Because we're just being nice to the LDO and we're being nice to the rest of our circuit. And so we put random ass capacitors in there. We don't know specifically if they're needed or necessary or warranted in any way whatsoever. They just make a little power bank that'll help keep things happy in case there's fluctuations on the line. It's just one of those things that you do. You just do it. And since we do have plenty of room, I'm not too concerned about using larger ones. These are 25 volts. That's fine for a 12 volt input. You want to go, because there's different bins of voltages that capacitors exist on. And if you get close to your voltage, you could be in for trouble if something bad happens. Like if you put a 50 volt capacitor in a 50 volt system, you have no overhead. So I'm putting a 25 volt in a 12 volt. That's a good margin of error. I don't necessarily need to use 50 volt capacitors on this thing. But if I was running like a 20 volt system, I'd probably run up to 50 volts. Yeah, here are 2. Okay, here's 1. Let me go find the one that I just dropped on the ground. Okay, what is our value here? They're roughly the same size. I'm just going by size. 470 and 330. Let's see if we can find a matching pair. So both of these just at 470 off, just for fun. Just for fun. Although 300 is going to deal with low frequency stuff better. Now we'll go with 470 and just see if we can find 2 matching ones. We'll put one on the input and one on the output. So 2 470s. One is going to be on the 5 volt line and the other one's going to be on the 12 volt line. Capacitor is supposed to be formed and tested to voltage that is 20 to 25% higher than nominal voltage. I am speaking to the people who don't need to know that. They don't need to know that because with these voltage bins, you don't want to get near the voltage of your capacitor because that can become unsafe and your caps could potentially explode if something weird happens, right? Knowing that they are 25% above margin is not important because we go so far below the margin with capacitors that doesn't matter. What I'm trying to impart on the people that I'm talking to right now is that you don't want to be on the ragged edge. They don't need to know anything like what you just said. We don't need to get down into the nitty gritty. When you're putting capacitors on your project, you do it because you're being nice to all the stuff on the line in case the weird stuff when you're plugging in the plug and stuff like that. You build in a margin and the capacitors are there as basically it's like having a reservoir of water before your pump, right? So you want it to be there in order to smooth things out, and you want it to have the capacity in order to smooth things out. 330 F, 430 F at 12, 470 F at 12 volts is not an incredible amount of energy, but it is enough for a little circuit like this to kind of smooth over any bumps that it might find. I found a 5.5 volt 1 farad capacitor on a washing machine motherboard. Those 1 farad capacitors are typically used in audio applications, actually. I don't know why. I guess 1 farad is something about the frequencies that we hear in 1 farad. I don't know. But I've seen them on audio applications quite a lot. With digital electronics, for those that don't know, with digital electronics, you will find a 0.1 microfarad or 100 nanofarad capacitor on right by all of your chips. And that is just something that we do to decouple them from the power supply. Nowadays, you could put a much higher value capacitor on there. This is just something that's been agreed upon by engineers since like the 50s or whenever digital electronics started out. They figured out 0.1 F is fine. But you could put if you There's a whole article about it, but a low IFR capacitor, you can put a much larger value on all of your decouplers. People have forgotten why we do the decoupling exactly the way we do. It's crazy. But yeah, for all of our applications, 0.1F is just fine for the decoupling. Used to see those on people's amps for driving subs so you don't drop the voltage much when the bass hits. That's interesting. Probably a gold cap for clock holdup or other settings holdup. Interesting. I used to see those on people's amps. Oh yeah, I already read that one. A pack of 2 gold caps in series. Now, when you're doing power supply design, putting capacitors in series in order to meet requirements is generally frowned upon, because if you get one failing, then it'll cascade fail the others, supposedly. But when you put caps in parallels, it's like having larger plates on the capacitor, and they add up to one another. I guess that's for other stuff. That's for like switching elements, like transistors. You don't want to put transistors in parallel in order to meet your amp requirements, because if one fails, all the others are going to fail. And then one of them might fail violently when you have it totally overdone. I think that's where, I don't know about capacitors, but I've seen on like the Pololu power supplies, they'll put a bunch of ceramic capacitors in parallel in order to meet a requirement without overdoing their space requirements. With gold caps, you have no choice. The single cell is only possible to manufacture at a 2.7 volt rating. Weird. Well, that's tough. You really don't want to blow up your capacitors if one of them fails. We all know about failing capacitors because that was a plague. We have our power supply. We have our capacitors. We have our opto isolators. We have our external connectors that I'm not sure if I'm using yet. Are we ready to? We have our resistors over here. We're just going to use 1Ks and hope they're enough. Hope that this thing can flip the transistor with a 1K. We'll do a test when the whole thing is built and there will be 100 volts on the line. I am not going to put safety resistors on this, although I would consider rebuilding this with other hardware. What other hardware do I have, though? I just have the big meaty line. I could get one of the big PCBs and knock that down and then mount them. If there were 4 of them, I could put them as feet for the circuit board. Because this is a wonderful little thing that you can put your arm across in order to get a staunch reminder of safety in the shop. I'm down to 152 kilograms, 335 pounds in about 1 year, 6 months. For some strange reason, when I walk, I don't breathe that heavy, and my heart doesn't beat like an F1 race car. All I need to get back to normal is like a 20-second break or walk slower on flat road. I was not in this good a shape last time I was at this weight like 11 years ago. I mean, muscle does weigh more than fat. I've found, so we got a dog 2 3/4 of a year ago. And I have been going outside and taking walks with the dog, not to the point where I'm tired, but I've been just getting back all of the like core strengths. I haven't lost a single pound, and I have the physique of a lollipop. Like, I've got an enormous stomach, and I would really like to start reducing it. That only happened when I was on testosterone, like external T, which I was, prescribed many years ago, and I'm hoping to get back on it. But I have not lost a single. I don't think I need to weigh myself. It doesn't look like I've lost any weight. But people have commented on how quickly I'm getting up and down off of the ground and stuff. So I think I've, in the background, built a bunch of muscle. I need to do some serious restriction dieting or amp up the amount of exercise that I'm getting in order to build the muscle that's then going to eat away at the caloric intake. So I have strategies and I know what's going on, but I feel you on that one. You got to build the muscle so that you have the steady state usage of calories to support whatever diet you're. I don't eat that much. I say that, but I'm a big fat ass. So, I mean, obviously I do eat that much, but nobody's ever commented on me being a total glutton. So, I don't know. I think I'm just too sedentary. Recently replaced all my caps on an old music system, but I didn't realize that when testing the values, But what I didn't realize is that when testing the values were added, so how are you supposed to test without removing each cap from a board? Yeah, that's the thing, is it's very tough to figure out what the value of an unlabeled surface mount capacitor is. You got to pull it out, test it, put it back in. And if you don't have that, like if it's a dead capacitor and you're measuring it in a system, you're going to have to reverse engineer the system or contact the manufacturer, and hopefully they're amicable enough to give you an answer. A lot of them are not. They just don't respond. That's the tough thing with surface mount capacitors. I really wish they had a standard of marking them externally, but they don't. So yeah, you could leave one side attached and remove one side and then test that capacitor. But you need to test it in isolation, or you need to reverse engineer the circuit in order to figure out what you're testing. It's just one of the things about caps. And the more I get into it, the more I realize that capacitors are just sprinkled onto a design. Like, what are those two doing there? Who knows? Were they necessary? Probably not. They're just thrown into a design. What are these doing? I don't know. Probably suggested by the data sheet of whatever chip that is. So that's the other thing, is sometimes you can get away with murder. Well, not really murder, but reverse engineering a lot of the times. Like, I'm like, what is this capacitor? And I look up the data sheet for the chip that's nearby. It will have an application circuit that'll tell you to put in this value of capacitor. Because that's generally how it works, is if you want to make a variable high voltage power supply that people can buy and wire up to their Nixie clocks, you look for components that have certain like abilities, like to make that voltage for a Nixie clock at not too many amps and have some little safety features baked into it. And you go, that's cool, I'll use this chip. So you take that chip, you put it on your design, you go, wait, how do I use that chip? So you look through the data sheet, and the data sheet says, here's exactly how you're supposed to use it. You go, okay, I'm gonna do exactly that because it's 100 volts and I don't wanna fuck around. So look up the data sheet of the chips on the circuit, although with audio stuff, they might go out of their way to put certain filters in the way. And then it's a little harder to figure out what the capacitors are. Now, if they're electrolytic capacitors, well, the markings are on it already. But if they are surface mount capacitors, you either got to remove it from the system or get lucky with the data sheet and figure out exactly what they are. Let's start building up the power supply. Where is the plug going to go in? I guess we'll put the plug over here, and we'll build the power supply here. That should be good enough. We'll try to keep everybody away from the high voltage. Now, USB plug on the side. I don't know if I'm building an enclosure for this or not. I may leave it open. So we'll put, since this is kind of a not very useful part of the board, I can put this here. So we'll have low voltage coming in from this side, computer from this side, and then all the way over here on the other side, we'll have all the high voltage plugs. Quote unquote high voltage. It's 100 volts. That's a pretty sizable amount. But I got made fun of on Reddit for calling 120 volts high voltage. I said, danger, high voltage. And they said, oh, silly fucker, that's actually not high voltage. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Apparently, like 300 volts is high voltage. Or no, I said 300 volts, and they said, haha, that's not high voltage. What the fuck is high voltage then? 300 volts is pretty respectable amount of electrons buzzing around. And they said, they pushed up their glasses and they said, oh, well, actually, it's like thousands of volts is high voltage. And I'm like, what the fuck is the differentiation for somebody who's looking at a caution label? I'm not going to say danger, and exactly what I did is I put a label on there that said danger medium voltage. Someone's look at a safety label and go, what the fuck is medium voltage? And then they get fucking fried by whatever system I put together. Bzz, and they're dead. I'm trying to figure out how this thing interfaces with 0.1 inch hulls. It seems to want to stretch this one out. These two are not 0.1 inch from one another. Medium rare voltage. You're absolutely allowed to place shock warnings on mains voltages. I got fucking panned, and I think it's because sometimes when you come up with like a cool idea, people get kind of jealous of the cool idea. And so they decide to come in with their dick swinging around and telling you that you've done something wrong. I don't want to put my voltage input here, although that would be a nice place for it, because it's right next to this high voltage thing. I kind of want to keep this little no man's land. I don't know what voltage this is operating on either, these components all the way out here. So Editors are dumb slash kids. No, I don't know. But like, I think there's a certain amount of jealousy involved in something like that. And the project was my Vicor module based power supply. Idealite. There's a lot of that. Why can't people just be like, good job, nice job? Well, because of it's the kind of people that are attracted to engineering in general are the kind of know-it-alls that have to always be right or believe that they're always right because much of the time they are correct. They just don't know how to communicate properly. And I'm a little bit more specialized in communication. I'm sitting here in front of you, chuckle fucks, telling definitive ways to do things. And so I get that a lot. I get people coming in going, this streamer doesn't know what the hell they're talking about. I'm going to sound smarter. And it's like, okay. Just say my name next time. I'm not singling anybody out. I don't want to do that. But it's just the type of people that are, Idealite. The type of people that are attracted to this sort of thing. I have no idea what you're talking about, Kappa. Ugh. And it's not all that. It's not all just jealousy. It's also, I want this streamer to understand that I too understand these things, right? And so that comes across as very preachy sometimes. And all they're trying to do is just get respect from the broadcaster. And I understand it. Hey, Watchmaker, how you doing? How high a voltage are we talking? Well, high voltage is a specific thing, apparently, for, I don't know, hundreds of volts, but not 300. It's more than that. And I don't know nothing about nothing. Owie, that burnt my hand. It's a relative term. I mean, for fuck's sake, like I was putting danger high voltage on a PCB that was running 300 volts DC. And if 300 volts DC isn't high voltage, I don't know what you're talking about then. You're some kind of an electrical systems engineer that is working on like a power plant. I don't have time for you. Like, I'm going to go and lick my 120 volt socket and have you tell me that that's not high voltage. Exactly. Do I want that to course through my veins? No. Then it's high voltage. Massaging of egos. Yeah, that's the thing. Oh, what's my glucose level doing? I feel hyperglycemic as hell. I should not have had a cupcake. I am dealing with the consequences of my actions. It's going down, just not quickly. I'll be out of insulin soon. Well, then you'd be putting high voltage warnings on 9-volt batteries. If it can if the criteria is tingling, then tinkling. If the criteria is if I tinkle or not, a little bit. If it's tingling, then that's a 9-volt battery on your tongue. It hasn't been that long, Ryan Labs. I think you popped in here the other day. From what I understand, I remember seeing your name fairly recently. What is our pinout? Where's our ground? I like that it's written on this. Blah, 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 ground. So ground, GND, it's dynamite, is right here. Usually I like to run ground first. So we're going to have a ground coming out of here. It's going to be going to our high voltage stuff over here, because both of these are shared grounds. Then it's going to be going to our tip 122. I don't think has a ground associated with it. No, it does. It is switching to ground. So this will get a big ground. There goes the Idealite again. Why is there a red light after it? Is there some kind of an event? Can we remove all of them from the circuit? Oh, no, that's something else. Okay. Let me just make sure that I've got all of my status stuff up here. I do indeed. The 40-year service on my 3-data IO 29B Pro. Is that like a specific service? I don't know nothing about that. I don't even know what that is. Okay, so let's get a couple more components down on here. We've got opto isolators that are going to have to go in a particular location. I mean, this might be a good place for it. If I use D4 and D3 or D1 and D2, I guess I can branch out, and D2 can go towards this. So we have our power coming in here. We have our capacitors going to one cap going to ground, and then the other one is on the other side of the regulator. So positive power is coming through the pin, usually. There are some evil devices that do negative through the pin. I don't have time for that level of evil. So I'm going to put this down here. We'll get that soldered into the board. We'll deal with the leads later. First stop into this should be that. Should I put a 1 amp regulator on this? Or rather a thingamajig. I have plenty of them, so I'm going to put one on. Even if it's not going to be needed, it's still a safety item that'll keep my 100-volt emote kicker from burning down my house. Where are those things? We saw them early on today. I should have grabbed one. These are PTCs. They're resettable fuses. They get too hot and they stop conducting. That's not that one. I need the blank one is what I need. Hold on, where is that? Oh, I'm getting it. 40 years and, yeah, 40 years with no service, I guess. I get service constantly and I'm over 40. Take blood out. They don't ever put blood in. They always take blood out of me. JF and AC. I need to see which ones are which. PTC, JF. Oops. PT. Wait a minute. Using to context with JF scripts causes aborted text advanced print publisher to exit. Okay, I'm so glad this is on what was resettable use JF 2 symbol 2 JF marking 1206 series. That looks like it might be the right thing. Yeah, okay, so let's see. From Huan. JF. Oh my God. Where's the marking? Faster tripping, 1206. 0.5 to 2 amps, 6 to 60 volts. Marking. Oh, it's okay, different column. JF, JK, JH, JA. Oh, there's JF. Okay. What the fuck? Okay. Dimensions 20, 25, 30, 35. What the wait a minute, this isn't I need to know the capabilities. Maximum operating temperature. Here we go. Current for trip. Current for trip. What? AK SM050 13.2. What relate to the markings? Oh man, okay. See, the only thing that I have is AC or JF. I didn't mean that kind of service, you perverts. I just mean the frequency by which I am in the hospital. Getting checkups. Oh, okay. JF SMD 1206, half an amp, 6 volt. That's half an amp. I guess that's probably, but that's not what we have. These are tough to look up. I mean, I could just hit it with 12 volts, like short it across it, and see when it pops out and see what the current rating is. But I just want to know one versus the other. I do like the idea of a routine blood change. Isn't that what the rich people are doing with like young people? They're like, I can replace my blood with young blood. No, I just get blood drawn, and then my body is responsible for making more that apparently clears out a whole bunch of iron in my blood. This is not helpful. These PTCs, again, are subject to a specific product that doesn't necessarily have uniform markings across products. We really could use more of that in this system here. I mean, you're just going to have to look up SMD component box. These are specifically when tie, and that's typically what I get when I get these. They snap together, and they've got these sprung lids that are very annoying. They can be good. Don't drop one of these on the floor. It will jettison all of your components. But you can just simply search this on Alibaba or Amazon. They're pretty cheap, and you can buy them by the bushel. I'd never give the rich my blood. I'm sure there's a dollar amount for getting your blood drawn as like a blood bag to a billionaire. I would do it. I would do it. Hell yeah, take my irony blood. I don't care what you're doing with it. Have a blade rave. Just invite me and tell me to wear a raincoat if you're having a blade rave with my blood. See, I'm trying, but these are just very difficult to kind of pin down. Yeah, if you're doing a blade rave, I'm there. Like, that'll be fun. But whatever you're doing with my blood, like, just thanks for the payment. Like, thanks for the money. I'll take that straight to the bank. Hardest cap was a 52,000 UF 75 volt 18. I used to have giant caps. I found them in a bin at a research place. They were awesome. I don't know where they went. They're probably in. I may have come across them. They might be on a shelf somewhere. Actually, they might be on a shelf in here. They might be behind me. What are the ratings based on the markings? Isn't that why we have markings on the outsides of things? What's up, Flatland Gonad? There's another animated. That's great. I love the Thurston Waffle emotes. Oh, you found a link to it? Yeah. So, I mean, lots of different manufacturers are actually stock these things. Time to trip, hold time, etc. And they SMD 1206 P30 TF. But what's the marking on it? Marking. J, no F. I'm so fed up. I'm so fed up. None of them have exactly the mark, like the AC or the JF. LSCS has been the cheapest. Yeah, sometimes you can't help it, but get stuff that's more expensive. It's great if you don't care when you get your parts. The thing about like engineering and stuff is that time is money. And if you have an engineer sitting around, it's very expensive. So you get super duper shipping on a place that you could rely on. Hold on. Wait for it. It's going to try to dox me. Come on. Do it. Try to dox me. Just try it. Oh, I hate it. There's like a weird timer on it. Let's go to an actual readable interface. Am I going crazy? How the hell are you supposed to identify one of these? Oh, yeah. If it's mounted in no bad documentation, couldn't find any resources on the site. Generally identify the genuine little fuse ones. Use this page to find the right data sheet. But that's for little fuse. We're not necessarily little fuse, and we're not the lollipop style ones. Yeah, pay Reddit is not actually for paying customers. It used to be, but it's the same as old Reddit. I just hope they forget about it. It's the same thing as old. I don't like the new Reddit. I just don't like it. I like my text posts instead of it being an infinitely scrolling multimedia thing. I would rather curate what I'm looking at based on titles. I mean, that looks like an alpha instead of a lowercase a. And when I put AC on it, now we're just going to be searching for alternating current. But if I put AC marking, that still isn't really going to narrow it down, is it? Element 14, a comprehensive guide. Maybe that'll help us a little bit. I'm going to need more liquid because I'm hyperglycemic. Cool. It's nice when the website loads too. Ah, there it is. Blah, blah, blah. Resettable fuse. Surface mount PTC. This isn't helping us. I'm just going to put one in and we'll hope that it's enough. If it's not, then I'll flip to the other one. I forget, I ordered these months and months ago, so I don't remember which ones are which. And I ordered them with the intent to put something like that into my designs as a safety precaution. I'm going to use AC because I figure it's higher up on the alphabet, and maybe that means it's lower current. We only need one of them. We'll just throw one of these in there, and then if our circuit draws too much current over a short amount of time, like if there's a short out or if something is seriously, like, well, basically if something short out, if something breaks and shorts out, this will be our first line of defense. So we'll move the capacitor out a little bit, and I'll have this be the first thing that our power interacts with. Oh, that's great. It's I bought them so large. I guess that'll work or that'll work. We'll do that. We'll move it over so that it's in the middle there. This thing is so beefy that it's taking up multiple spots on the circuit board. I wish I could mount this to my vise. I could get the larger vise. I'm going to do that. If we're going to do soldering today, I need this to be up off of the table. So in human lifts, you'll see the PTC and fuse as a backup. What? Huh. Well, yeah, okay, I get it now. Sorry. Parsing information when you're streaming, you may know already, is tough. And I'll read a sentence and it'll all collide. It'll be like a train wreck in my brain for a little bit because I'm not thinking on any kind of a frequency. Oh, and I planted all my hot peppers for the season. That's all these things back here. All my hot peppers are planted. I'm going to get my the plug that turns on and off with sunrise and sunset, plug that back in and put some grow lights on top of these. Right now, they're just getting their initial moisture. Oh, I came over for the big vise. The big vise, stashed all the way over here, is some machinist's side project, and it's just this big iron vise, this big steel vise that I use to hold larger circuit boards. I could probably do myself a favor and buy a larger one, but this adds a bunch of inertia to the circuit board. Oops, brain wreck. Yeah, exactly. What I really should do is take this one and machine a little divot on the front edge of these guys so that I've got something that I can put the circuit board down onto so it holds it in place. My milling machine has not been operative for quite a long time, which is on me. At some point after we get Burn the Subs running again, we will start taking apart the milling machine bit by bit until it is fully disassembled and we can re-grease and rebuild it and make it better than it was. 3D print two brackets that fit on either side. I'll tell you something. I need the maximum amount of opening that this thing can do. When I need this vise, I mean, look at how far back this is. And this is just some guy, like some dude was like, all right, I'm an apprentice. I need to do like this project. And so they built this. Where did the PTC go? I lost it. I lost it. Help. I fucking lost it. It was just sitting there, minding its own bit. Oh, it's right here. Okay. We are in the same procrastination. I'm telling you, it's not procrastinating. I'm not. Stop accusing me of things, chat. It's not procrastination. It is executive dysfunction due to ADHD on the days that I'm not streaming. I am trying my goddamn best procrastinating. That is what it is, actually, we could say. The mechanical project that I've taken on is totally extracurricular, and it's just me thinking about how I can super safety something. But the problem is the mechanics are crazy and all over the place, and I don't know what software I want to use. I could do it in 3D modeling and then 3D print. See, this is what's going on in my brain in the off time. And that's not thinking about Burn the Subs. I know what I have to do with Burn the Subs to get that up and running again. Part of it is getting all this Node Red stuff going. So when we get this project into a form where it's a thing, then I can move to another subject that is nearer and dearer to Burn the Subs. which could be burn the subs, because we have some testing that we need to do. So when I get this thing done, we can work on burn the subs. All the while, I should be working on the mixer project, but I'm not. I haven't done anything in the mixer project. I need to take the circuit of the mixer project and put it on the breadboard again, because I need to make sure that the phases are okay as we skip through all of the amplification stages that are required in order to use the mixing amplifier that I want to use, or have to use, because there's no other product that does that job. It's all stuff like that. All of these projects that are just binned and shelved, ready to go, that I need to do, I'm getting to them. I'm getting to them piece by piece, but it's been slow. And I feel that. I feel that in my soul. I need to be getting more stuff done. Anyway, we're soldering today, because otherwise I'm going to have a mental breakdown. If I don't get to solder stuff, I'm going to have a mental breakdown. And saw a little bit of it just then. So that's where we're at. We're building something that's simple and straightforward and easy. It doesn't make fun of me. See, with it up on the vise like this, my shadow on the desk doesn't affect it. That's what I was trying to get to. We'll put AC facing the right direction just to be nice. But that's just a window into the internal monologue of Oh Bother. All of these projects that I'm doing are relating to what we're doing. Can you give me some good soldering tips? Can, will, and always do. So right now I'm using a professional soldering iron. It is a $300 device. You don't need that to do soldering. Your TS's are as good as mine. They just don't have the wattage behind it to do big work. But your entry-level soldering stuff, the things that everybody is using, are really, really good these days. They heat up extremely fast, and they do a really, really good job. Now, I'm working with through-hole and surface mount here. I am a big fan of surface mount electronics. Surface mount meaning that it mounts on the surface. It doesn't have leads sticking out of it. Through-hole has leads, and so you have to flip your circuit board back and forth in order to work with it. One of my $300 is entry-level, but it's listen, this is the soldering iron that was in use most of the time by the FBI's technical people, so it's a good station, and I've used it every day for this one. I think it's like 6 years old. The one I had before it was like getting on 10 years old, and it had no sign of slowing down. This thing will never break, and it works just fine. There are all kinds of fancy features on soldering irons that I just don't use. This one turns itself off after a while, and I have to hit the little button on it to remind it that I am still alive. Some soldering irons have, the more modern ones have like a motion sensor in it, so you pick it up and then it heats up. But this thing always works. It turns on, it gets up to full temperature, and it solders all day, and then it'll turn itself off so it doesn't burn my house down. It seems to think that I'm using the soldering iron much like I smoke in my bed. And I'm going to fall asleep, and the iron's going to burn a hole in the sheets. But anyway, I build circuits with wire wrapping wire. You don't necessarily have to do that when you start off. And to be honest, if you start off in electronics, you'll be using a breadboard most of the time, a solderless breadboard that connects things across these rows and then all the way down the side. And you can just hook that up to your power supply, build a circuit, unbuild a circuit, rebuild a circuit, do whatever you want for a long time. When it comes down to actually permanently making a temporary solution to something, perforated prototyping board is what you typically use to build things. I build adapters with it even to use this stuff. But we're doing that because this is a unique circuit that doesn't really deserve a printed circuit board. So I will be going through the soldering as I do it. If you're looking for advice on soldering techniques and stuff, just know that my tools are a lot different from what you would use starting off with soldering. The techniques are the same though, and you can look up old 50s film reels about how to solder and get really good organized information out of them. Asking a random Twitch streamer while they're trying to work on something else may not be as reliable of a source. Your soldering iron has a couple properties to it. One is the amount of heat that can be stored in that tip. The other one is how much heat can be pumped into the tip. So when you're soldering, you will run into a scenario where if there's too much ground plane dissipating the heat, and that's why we have a thermal camera here, so you can see the heat dissipating as we solder. A thermal microscope would be really awesome, and that's something that I need to think about in the future. But when you're soldering, your goal is to heat up both the pad and the pin. And so the pad and the pin need to get hot enough that when I introduce a rosin core solder, mine is a 60-40 mix of silver and lead or something, with a rosin core. The rosin is the flux that's going to help hold in the heat and make everything clean, right? So I use the flux that's in the solder. Having tacky flux in a tube is helpful sometimes, right? You have tacky flux in a syringe tube, and that'll help you sometimes when the soldering gets kind of rough. But when I'm soldering surface mount like this is a 1206 size part. It's actually a little large. 0805 is really a good size to kind of get between these rows of holes, but that's sort of a more specialty thing. What I'm going to do when I'm surface mount soldering is I am going to prime the pad that I'm using with a little tiny bit of solder. That may have been too much. There's probably 2 big drips at the bottom of this thing. But when I'm doing surface mount, what I'm going to do is prime one pad, grab the part flat on the board with the tweezers, and then I'm going to, well, I guess I can't, can I get both of these at the same time? Hard to do. And then slide the part onto the pads. Now, I should see solder cover up above there. So I'm actually coaxing it to cover, but it should look wetted, where it looks like as if there were water droplets, like a droplet of water had fallen on it and fully saturated the whole thing, because there's a little bit of contact patch up top that needs to be soldered as well. Anyway, the chat is debating soldering irons. Everybody has their own preferences, but at the entry level, your Pine Sill, your TS100, any of those are pretty good. Look for what more people are using. And when it comes to the jobs of soldering, practice is always good. You can practice on old electronics. If you keep a little stock of old electronics like I do, there's a lot of good practice to be had desoldering stuff and then resoldering it. But as we go, I kind of go over some techniques that I'm doing. I like to do that, help keep people in the know. But for this, with surface mount on prototyping board, it's basically just bridging these little holes, and then I'll use wire wrapping wire in order to put the actual business of the circuit together. Right now, I'm kind of struggling with a part that's a little bit too big and is a little unique. These resettable silicon fuses. So I'm just adding a lot of solder to this, where maybe I shouldn't be, but I'm just getting that to look sort of saturated around there. Yeah, proficiency comes from practice like anything else. Okay, so that is a PTC. If too much current flows through this thing, it will disconnect due to heat. Our first stop is going to be big capacitor going to ground. Ground is like over here, so I might as well do lower row. Well, I could do it facing backwards, but it's going to eventually need to contact something. Well, okay, what's the pinout for our voltage regulator? This doesn't look like 17-33G. I thought this was an LM1117. RFR24. 17-33G. This is a 3-volt one. There'll be egg on my face. 17-33G. I don't know what that package is. Datasheet. What? That's sneaky. HP 1117-33G. This is a 3-volt one. Yeah, if it's 3.3, it's going to be 5.0 is going to be the 5-volt one. Wait a sec. This is in the let's find that bin that I got it out of. I think good lighting and yeah, actually if you're looking for like starting stuff and you want to do small soldering, even just reverse engineering, Amazon sells these illuminated magnifiers, right? It's got a bunch of different lenses for different magnifications, and you'll never look as cool as when you're wearing one of these. These are super duper cool looking. You really cannot fail with it. But what it does is it gives you a light source that's near where your perspective is coming from. And so you don't end up having to like peer around shadows while you're working. And it's also moderately comfortable. I mean, there's some sacrifices made to look this cool, but it helps massively to have something like that magnifying what's in front of your face. And also so you don't have to hunch over the desk. I happen to have a webcam magnification setup, but that's super specialized to being a streamer. I don't know what that product is called. You'll have to figure that out on your own, but it's needlepoint. People love those. So they're pretty cheap and it's rechargeable and all that. Yeah, it's a look. All right, I need to find where I got that regulator from. One of these bins, right? Where'd you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Cotton Eye Joe. DuPont crimps. That's crap. That's crap. Let's check this one. Those are LEDs. SOT223, LM317, 1.5 volts. 1117, 3.3 volts. Regulator. 5 volts, 1 amp. I think this might be a mixed bin, which is dangerous. Put away these before these bins. If they fall on the floor, it is a huge disaster because parts are just everywhere at that point. Why isn't this going back into my? Okay, hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to get it in here. Oh, it's this shit getting in the way. Get out of the way. Okay. Move this out of the way. Microscope. We can read. So technically these should be 17-5. The 333 in the part number tells me that it's 3 volts. Oh, maybe these are the ones that I should be using. And I just dumped other parts into here, which is not a good thing for me to have done. Yeah, 117-5. There we go. So that's the right one. I dumped these in here, and I shouldn't have. I probably didn't have enough bins. These are 3.3. Those are 3 volts. So yeah, that's a danger bin. This is a danger bin. But 1117-5. So this one is 5 volts. The other one goes, I'm going to put it back in here, but be warned. I think I just ordered a bunch of these too, because I didn't think I had them, because they went in the wrong bin. Let's put them, actually, let's, I'm never going to realize this until I actually just sit here and organize them out. So let us make a new bin, and it'll be the 1117 5 volt or 3 volt regulators. They need to be in a separate bin. This is why did I allow this to happen? Oh, cruel fate. Why do these things have to happen to me? You did this to yourself. Why? Why, fates? Why does this have to happen to me? Poor me, who never did anything in order to mix themselves up like this for some reason. Why did I do this? Why would I allow this? Here we go. They're all out. Okay. We'll label that later. At least they're separate. So the proper VREG. Now we need to figure out what the LM1117 pin arrangement is. So I'm going to get this back up in view. Yeah. And let's check out this pin arrangement. Let's do just LM1117 pin out, and it should span multiple. What the fuck is that thing? Get out of here. Okay, there we go. So in, out, ground, and the tab is also output. Yeah, it's having a central location for small parts like that is really nice. Having the labeler too, so that I can actually read where they are. I don't end up having to sift through a bunch of cut tape. Since I don't have any pick and place stuff, I don't use cut tape for anything other than just storing. Like, that's where I store things before I organize them. Then it all goes into blank bins, and then one day when I'm sitting there with nothing else to do, I'll grab the labeler and end up labeling all this stuff, and then it's part of my permanent organization system. and I retain the memory of where it is always and forever. So input is on this pin over here, ground is all the way over here. So we'll do input, output, ground, and input we can take directly from right there, or maybe we can bust this up a little bit, or over, no, I don't know, because we got to get the capacitor on there too. Output is in the middle, and then ground is all the way over here. So that ground is going to have to kind of fish around stuff. And I don't think we're going to be driving very much out of the 5 volts. So I think maybe just this row of 3 pins will be a fine heat sink to add to my collection. So we'll put the capacitor like over here, and that way it'll be something for things to bump into, I suppose. Can it go there? No, it has to go here. But it has to go to the output as well. So it's going to have to kind of sneak around to the other side of that component. That is kind of an enormous cap to be putting here. I could lay it down, but then it might get in the way of my screw hole on the edge here where we're going to put a standoff. I could also put the capacitor up here. Oh wait, is that ground? No, that's the switch. That's the switch that gets thrown when you plug the thing in. I actually do kind of want this to be a little bit more inboard so it's not in the way. So maybe I'll put it like here. Spreading out is kind of important in circuits like this, especially when you're dealing with high voltages. So I'm going to do my best to spread the circuit out and try to keep it so that I can't bump into it and ruin the capacitor. So I think there is pretty good. And our output is going to be along here. So I'll put another capacitor just sort of next to it. For uniform's sake, maybe we just put it in the same orientation. So my ground is going to have to go, so it's in, out, ground, and then ground will have to like sneak over, get to this thing, and then go up to the thing over there, and then it can also sneak down to that. Yeah, it's kind of like a anything goes situation here, but spread out, give yourself plenty of room to operate. I'm probably going to have to remove this part in order to put in the resistors and stuff for the opto isolators. I'm pulling my hair out, trying to get medical supplies straightened out. A change of insulin that's just turning into a fiasco. Cluck J, who you see in the Discord and sometimes on the channel, he's usually busy during the day, has been going through the exact same thing, and I have too. All of this nonsense about getting insulin stuff changed. It is just... yeah. So frustrated, and I'm running out of time to get more Lantus insulin, which now needs to be Semglee, apparently, which is a generic form. Damn. Yeah, they, I guess you need to notify, I don't know, you're probably already doing that, notify the pharmacy of your dilemma. Say, I'm running out of insulin, and I desperately need, you don't even need to tell them desperately, you just say, listen, I'm running out of insulin, and I need to get this handled, because they will prioritize your stuff because your life is on the line, right? And as much as you like to downplay that and say, no, my life really, it's not really my life on the line. I'll be okay. I can ration and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, diabetics die from rationing. So your life is on the line. So you can just tell them, listen, I'm running out of insulin and I don't know what's going on with this prescription. If that's what'll solve your issue, I don't know if it will, but yeah. The pharmacy not being much help there, sending me back to the doctor. I'm in touch with the doctor, at least the nurse. Just more red tape. Let the nurse know. Let the nurse know everything. Just let them know. You got to be totally transparent with the situation that you're in, and you will find that they will prioritize things that you think are not that big of a deal. That's the thing with diabetes. We've learned over the years to downplay everything. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm okay. You let them know exactly what's going on, and they will snap into action for you. I've had this happen a lot, because when do you request a new prescription? When your old one's running out, because you're not allowed to do it any other time. If you do it any other time, they go, you're not allowed to request this yet. Okay, so, now I'm running out of insulin. I'm at the end. I need to get my new prescription. Oh, you need a prior authorization. It's like, when am I supposed to do that? Like, how was I supposed to know? So yeah, I know multiple people that are in this position now. Isn't that great? Insulin needs to be ordered. I'll be lucky if it shows up tomorrow. They don't get shipments over the weekend. Yeah, I'm in that situation. But I have enough. I have enough to kind of eat the weekend if I need to. It's just I have to redo my prescription and they're not in stock. So what the hell's going on? Julian wants to rock the weekend after. Okay, we'll talk about that later. I may have to call the pharmacy in the middle of this because they close at a certain time. So I may actually take a quick AFK. I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to I'm going to figure out when insulin is in stock. Where's one of my text overlays? Let's go back to face. You guys can watch me make the phone call. I can do Humalog straight and forget the background Atlantis insulin. Listen, a change in the style of treatment that you're getting is risky. When I went on the Omnipods, I almost had a DKA. Omnipod was a new type of insulin pump. I didn't know much about operating it. I got it all running and working, and I got it all attached to me. And then I helped a buddy hang a shelf in his garage. And I sweat when I do stuff. And when I was sweating when I did stuff, I bumped the pump, and I didn't know. I didn't know how it was supposed to feel. And it felt like my arm was a little wet. And I said, well, I've been sweating. It turns out I wasn't getting insulin for multiple hours. And so I scared the bejesus out of my brother's kids because I had to go into, I need to save my life mode. I had to get pitchers full of Gatorade powder and down them and then give insulin and then flush my system and do all that fun garbage to prevent a DKA. But yeah, a new treatment type, switching insulins and doing stuff like that, that's the danger zone. So while you can do that, you should probably let everybody know the predicament that you're in, not Twitch chat. You don't have to let Twitch chat know. For commiseration, I'm with you because I'm in a similar situation and I need to actually call the pharmacy now. So where was that overlay? What happened to the text overlay? My overlays are collapsed. No computer, threat, BG walkies. Oh yeah, that's my whole blood glucose overlay. There's the freak. Some of these are not findable. Let me just do a new text. New text. AB. Create new. Pharma. C. Pharmacy. And then put up a BRB. So I'm going to put on music for just a second. I just have to call my local pharmacy to make sure, because they tend to sit on prescriptions and don't do anything about it. Hold on. We'll go to this one. So for the Twitch people, there will be music to tell you that my shit is still going on, but I'm going to mute myself for just a minute here. Speak to the pharmacist. 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 Okay, I think that hopefully will sort it all out. I'm going to get a call back from them. So now waiting for a call for the doctor after their lunch. Yeah, it's going to be a whole thing. But all we can do is commiserate. There is an Oh Bother Pancreas channel in the Discord that you could definitely vent to, because it's what I do. Man, I'm burpy. Okay, micro sprig arm. So I'm putting this thing on the outer edge because I think maybe I could, I don't know, potentially put some copper on it if it gets too hot. I don't think it's going to get very hot, but I think this arrangement will be okay. We've got everything sort of in a decent place. They're big capacitors. This thing is going to be riding high on clean energy, well, cleaned up energy. I could probably use one of the leads and bend it up across here and get to that input and basically solder everything together. Output is going to be the tab or that thing, and then this is ground. I wonder if flipping this around, no, flipping it around wouldn't help, because input is over here. That's just the orientation of the circuit. It's kind of like where we decided to build it. So I think this is the best arrangement for everything. I don't know. Is there, if this were up and facing inboard more, then I would have, oh no, but it would have to be flipped around. So yeah, this is the best way. Best way to do it. There's no other good way to do it. It's impossible. So let's get, well, I mean, look, you have a customer who's diabetic who almost exclusively goes to your store to get their supplies, and you don't have them in stock every month at least. That's crazy go nuts. And I wonder, I don't think Apidra, the off-brand that I take, is particularly like rare in terms of who's prescribing it. It's kind of a no-brainer that you would want to have it in stock. I'm considering doing the insulin itself through mail order, and that way they'll be in stock because they'll know ahead of time that they need a certain amount. It's this whole rolling inventory thing that stores are doing now. And I guess they recently started doing it with insulin, which is why I think every diabetic that I know at this time of month gets to deal with a system that's not really built for life-required permanent medicines. And then the formulary changes and everything gets all psycho again. Really, I should be not putting the solder directly on the iron. I should be putting it on the pin. But, yeah. Anyway, yeah, my phone call was just basically, hey, calling about my insulin prescription to see if things are still going through. I know you guys get it in stock and might not get deliveries over the weekend. I just wanted to know what the status is of my insulin. And that's it. That's all I can do. Unless they say we weren't filling it because it wasn't in stock, which is something they told me before. But the text message I got was very explicit in saying we will get it when it is, or like we're filling it whenever it's in stock. So if they decided to ignore my prescription, which they might have done, I'm going to instantly transfer it to Caremark, which I hate, but they'll still deal with less, out of stock things. But they've told me before, like, it's out of stock, so we just aren't doing anything. I'm like, that's my fucking insulin. What are you doing? I hate this store that I go to. That's output, but I'm putting a big wire on it to kind of sink away a little bit of heat. It's not going to do much, but it'll do something. Okay, where's my cutting? Oh, I don't have a tip on this. It's like a weirdly like a tontoed blade. I'm trying to put it like flat on here to cut this. There we go. So this is going to look pretty janky. There's not a lot to the circuit. There's going to be a significant amount of jankiness going on just because of the nature of building something on a perforated prototyping board, but it will be more organized. And that's where the specialty lies. That's what's so great about this, is that we will have a nice, organized, and stable circuit. So when I flop it around the desk, testing out different things, different builds, I won't have to worry about things becoming disconnected suddenly. Yeah, so far, we haven't really gotten into it yet. What I'm doing is I'm warning you about the future, that it's going to look janky. We're going up, and over this. I'll I'm going to use a bending form for this, and it'll just be my pin tool. Pin tool, and this is why I hate through hole. I don't like flipping the board around. I don't like doing it. Oh, we're crushing against the Arduino. That's why, against the Wemos. So I need to be gentle with this so I don't ruin the thing. Which means I can't really press this down. So doing this puts it across those two, and then going over one puts us into the input. And so after that is where I am cutting it off. This is tough to do because it's, ugh. Okay. Two and then one, and let's get the flush cutters for that. Where did they go? They're way over here. It's 3 o'clock. Yeah, so they're not on lunch right now. What? Need to go a little. I despise through hole. Ah, yes, a man of culture, person of culture. Through hole is really my least favorite medium to work in, just because of the flipping the board, the confusion involved in that. You can lose which pin is what. Yeah, sometimes you need 10 hands or those little alligator clippy things that I don't like. I really don't like those little alligator clippy things. Then the iron turns off, and then my board falls again. Let me get these caps through, and then I don't have to worry about this again. Yeah, these bubble on the other side. The surface mount prototyping board that I really like to use. Fine, I'll solder it down there. The stuff that I really like to use is square holes, and they're not plated through. There's nothing on the other side, so that I can use wire wrap wire and solder it on the other end. Probably sticking way up, yeah. And this is probably uneven. Yep. Yep. All these typical through hole things. Come on. Well, I would like it to be sitting over to the side a little bit more and not sticking up like that, but I can't get the whole thing to be molten at the same time. So we'll just live with this. I think that's good enough. This one goes to ground, which is this pin over here. So does that one. That would cut off a root. Ground is here. So I guess I could just go out this way with this one and get to that ground. Probably shouldn't incorporate the leads in this. Let me do this the right way. So while the positive is going with that, I am going to do the lead on my own with a piece of wire. So I'll just cut that off right there. I don't need the big giant lead coming out the other end. Although if I do it like directly this, maybe I could get to the other side of the board that way. I really don't want to use the underside of the board too much in this design, although that's typically what happens. I want to not be nervous about putting this thing down like on the table. Although the holes, the plated through holes make it so that's the event anyway. So what am I complaining about? Let's see, this would be power at output, which is both here and here. So if I do want to get 5 volts, I can come out to this. I think ground I'm going to run across here. So I might as well do this capacitor on the center pin. We'll take that there. And that is positive, right? Yeah, it is. Oh, but it wasn't through all the way, so my bend isn't in the right spot. I hate these things. Yeah, let's solidify that ground. Get in there. Good stuff. What's probably going to happen is the next correspondence that I get from CVS is going to be that the prescription is filled, because they probably went, oh shit, and then decided to fill the prescription. That always happens, where they ignore my insulin prescription because something happened to it, and then all of a sudden they snap into action the second I call them. So it could be today, it could be a week from now, I could call them, and they'll suddenly have it in stock. God damn it. I'm getting very mad at this setup. I really want to go to surface mount. I don't want to use the through-hole stuff. I hate it. I'm getting very frustrated with everything flipping around on its own. Where did my pin tool go? Pin tool. Pin tool. Oh, there it is. It's probably going to be offset by a little bit. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think this will do. And I want to leave this open. So I'll cut it when I solder this in. But I've got to, it's going to spring back a little bit. That should be usable. All of my frustration. I can't clamp it because it'll hurt the Arduino if I do, because that board sticks out just a little tiny bit from the edge. All right, so the big capacitor leads are going to the input and output. We don't have ground established yet. We have a PTC, which might be 1/2 amp, or it might be 1/4 amp. I'm not sure which one it is. I ordered a couple all at once, and the wrong one came in the mail, and then I had to order the right one, so I really don't know which one it is. So we have an indeterminate number that is probably below 1 amp, hopefully, on the input. Make sure that's flush with the board. Okay, so there's our input stuff. Damn it. We got the right voltage regulator. That doesn't even look soldered, does it? It looks like a big old cold solder joint. Big old cold solder joint, because all the solder went to the upper side of the board due to gravity, which is a very frustrating thing that happens with these through-hole proto boards. Very frustrating. Just want a reasonable amount of solder around this thing. Okay, so now we can flip back over, and we know that all this stuff is wired up. It's not connected yet, but it should be in a decent place right now. That one is floating above a little bit. This one is, I'm not going to think about it anymore. So our power stuff is installed. There's a couple little pieces of wiring that need to be done around power. Let's just do that now, I suppose. So I need to connect the PTC to power. Let me move this over here. If I move it off so that but that's gonna, if I put torque on this side, it's probably gonna fall down. We'll try it like that. That should be okay. All right, so the PTC is here, and we just need to connect this one to these two. So I will take a little piece of the cutoff that I just did. Where did it go? I cut all these leads, and now I can't. Here's a piece. I could just go directly, or I could make like a little L. Let's make a little L. Just a little L. Oh. A little L. And I can just toss that right down on top of it. Just trim it a little. This one feels like a square lead. I don't know. Is it round? That's actually a square lead. I'm not going to use a square lead. I would prefer a round piece of wire, but I think they've all... Oh, no, there's one on the... Lucky day! Where did it go? I'm holding it. It's still in my hand. I'm still holding it. So I'm going to do that, and then bend it right here. Tweezers strong enough? Yeah, they are. So now we can have that in here. Let's a little bit more of a bend on that. It takes a while to build something like this the way that I'm doing it, which is explaining everything that I'm doing. If I were just building this on my own, things go a little bit faster, but hopefully you guys can appreciate the exchange of knowledge, perhaps the exchange of technique. goes on with projects like this. No, left-hand tweezers is not really working for me today. I could flip this whole thing around and be in a more comfortable position, but I don't know if I need to go that far. Yeah, that should be okay. That'll just give us all the connectivity we need on the power scale that we expect to be using here. I don't know how much current the 100-volt power supply uses to make its 100 volts, but it's charging some beefcake capacitors, so like that you let us make suggestions. I mean, most of the time you guys are much smarter than I am. I've gotten a lot of advice and technique and stuff from chat, which is sometimes very helpful if I'm not being too stubborn. All right. We don't have ground established yet. Ground needs to come here and here, and I think like here. So we can go down and over. It's going to cut off a lot of stuff. Or I could use wire to get there. I could come this way. I need to get to here and here to put ground on these. Because apparently the 100 volts shares a ground with everything. There's no isolation in that, which is, I don't know, I guess it's okay, but see, ground plane there, over to there, and then ground right there. Those have continuity with one another. That seems a little bit less isolated than I'd like, but that's where we are. Okay, so our power input except for ground is all handled right now. We've got that all together, and it should be in decent shape. It looks a little rough from above. We can run individual wires over to everything. Let's get some opto isolators established here. Now, am I going to put them over in this corner? I guess so. One of them at least. Pin 1 and 2 are the LED. So the dot is barely noticeable. The dot right there is pin 1 and 2, or 1 and 3. I don't know why they number them the way they did. So these are it's going to face this way with 21 facing up. And I can put them here, or I could put them underneath. And I could also put an actual LED on the output so that there's an indicator that it's going off. We don't really have any other space for stuff to be built on top of the board. So if the high voltage output is over here, it'll need a resistor, and so will the other one in the same orientation. So we do need to remove the high voltage power supply. I don't think I'll do indicator LEDs on it. I don't think we need that. But I do need to remove this so that we can work under it. Screwdriver. This one. Oh, and since the spacers are on top, that means that they're going to go all over the place. Perfect. Just what I wanted. That'll make it so much harder to put back. Hold on. What kind of video to watch? I don't know. Spark Fun maybe. I actually used to, well, okay, before they spammed my entire feed with these videos, all of those old film reel videos, oh crap, what is it? AV Geeks on YouTube has all of these film reel things, right? And one of them, a couple of them, were soldering tips. And they were made in like the 1950s and 60s, but they're really, really good. They're really relevant to soldering, like what goes on when you're soldering and how to do it. You're the second person that's asked about soldering techniques in here today. Definitely, I would say don't get advice from the Twitch streamer. But on top of that, there's just a wealth of tutorials out there. I don't know how any of them compare because I already know how to solder stuff. So I'm not out there looking up what to do. If my chat were a little bit more active, you might have an answer to that question. But yeah, there's so much stuff out there on soldering techniques and stuff. My techniques are a little bit unique to myself. It's just what I've learned. It's possible that a lot of people do the same stuff. It's just, I don't really have confirmation of that because I stick to my guns. I do what I do. It's going to be a lot of excess room here, and I want to keep all the high voltage in one area. Since these are triggering things that are typically high voltage, I think I'm just going to put them both just sort of out here, because these two pins are high voltage. This is going to go over and up to the source, the gate source drain. So the gate goes over here to the gate. So it'll be going like that. And it will have a pull down resistor. Don't buy really cheap solder. That'll help. Yeah. I use Kester. And it's 6040. And the big stuff is 0.6 millimeter. I just watched every soldering video I could find and soaked in as much as I could. And you know what's really going to get you there with soldering is just doing it. You just do it. You just do it. That's all. Takes a bit, but you know, you do your bit, and obviously you watch the video, internalize the technique, get to know it, know what you have to do, but then you practice it. It's like welding. It's actually brazing, but it's like welding, where the best thing you can do is just get seat time. So these are supposed to keep our, oh wait, that's backwards. Pins 1 and 3 are the ones that we want to be facing the microcontroller in order to isolate us away from the high voltage. And technically all I'm doing is switching 5-volt signals to the two, but auto isolator helps. Remember the ones that can't do teach. What are you talking about? That's not the way it is in trades. Like brazing and soldering. Yeah, make stuff and it gets easier. Yep. You kind of learn what you can get away with and what you can't. When to hold them, when to fold them. If I really need to troubleshoot these, I guess what I could do is use the built-in LED. Is a teacher, hates that phrase. I know, it's like, what are you talking about? Like, I'm technically a teacher. Can you milk me? I mean, would you? What's on the table? I need to know. It's absolutely dumb and not true in the least. You have activated the teacher rage. Been practicing on broken birds. Perfect. Perfect. It was missing a comma. Cluck J is / was also a teacher, and he has that rage too. I don't know what it is about teaching that makes you just like go 100% on somebody when you're mad. Possibly just the repetition of it all is what gets to you. Those who cannot teach invent silly phrases to feel better. That's a good one. What? I knew a dentist that couldn't drill a straight hole. Scares me. People like that use drills in people's mouths. Ooh. You know, I'm not too comfortable with all the sinew and the bloods and guts and stuff. So I never really went into any kind of like surgical or orthopedic sort of medical profession. But apparently I do have incredibly steady hands and really good motor skills. But something that I try to emphasize here is that you do not need incredible motor skills to solder the types of stuff that I solder, especially given how shit poor that looks right there. That looks terrible. Why is it like that? Anyway, whatever. It's conducting to the right pins, and I'll be fine with it eventually. Maybe when I learn to calm down. But like, so, okay, motor skills and this kind of soldering is not totally necessary because I put my hands on the table as a brace. If you brace, you should be okay. Sometimes, you know, people do kind of do stuff like this, right? And so you can bring in your other hand and steady it. I understand that some people shake a lot, and so my advice is going to, you know, the corner case, the people who actually can't solder because they're so unsteady. Okay, I understand people like that exist, but a lot of the time people are saying I can't solder because my hands shake, aren't bracing themselves properly. It's like welding, where you want to be as comfortable as possible. I am on a standing room desk, sitting on a high stool where I am leaning over everything. My hands comfortably rest on this stuff. And you'll see, I use the solder spool to get my hand up to the height of the thing. I will put a finger down and operate stuff that way. That's why we have the hand cam in every single scene. Well, in every scene where I'm working. The other thing that I do, and this is something that I can't say that beginners would do, we just always have a lot of beginners asking questions in here. Having OBS on the monitor and having the microscope be so high, it means that when I do stuff on the desk, when I do stuff on the table, my back is fully and completely erect. It means that I'm sitting up in the stool. I'm not hunched over. You want to watch out that you're not hunching over the desk as you learn this stuff. It also gets your face away from the solder fumes and all that stuff. So, but yeah. I would use two hands when I'm micro soldering, using a couple fingers on my left hand to steady my right. And you will soon learn the parts of the soldering iron that get too hot to touch. You got to be careful about that. But the learning process for different people can vary widely, especially with tech trades. Yeah, and you'll want to find something that you can like tolerate in terms of if you're watching videos about it. But again, seat time above all else. If you can sit there and desolder and resolder stuff, it's very helpful into learning how things kind of go together and what you can get away with. But again, there's no universal advice, and I don't even know where to start because I started in the 90s. So, all right, opto isolators are down. Those are going to get 5 volts on one side, 3 volts on the other. When they get 3 volts, I could put an LED in there, but I'm being lazy and not doing it. They need a 1 kilo ohm resistor. Actually, they, on the LED side, no, it was this thing that requires very little current. This thing can get like a 2 kilo ohm. Although on 5 volts, tip 122, TIP 122 data sheet. No, Arduino. So if we've got a 5 volt Arduino, they suggest using a 2K. We're going to put a 1K on it. I don't want to burn out the transistor though, because we did burn out the other one. Although if we burn it out, I put it on a socket for a very good reason, because we burnt out the other one. So it's all the way over here on the edge of the board. It's not getting a lot of heat sinking, but I don't think it's going to need it. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, then we can work a heat sink into this. I have literally sitting right in front of me a transistor heatsink that we could use on this. So if we really need to, try to work that in there. The only problem is this is connected to the tab, which I think is connected to, it might be connected to the output and not the triggered input. So if the tab is connected to the output, that means this can be at 100 volts. So no thanks. Although you can put they have these quartz pads that you can put on the end to isolate it. I have a couple. Well, but the wings will then be what, yeah. So I don't think using a heatsink is a very good idea on this circuit. I'm a hands-on learner. The monkey must physically do. The problem is I'm a hands-on learner and an electrical engineer, and the two don't really jive together all that well. Let's see if people use other resistor values. Let's copy their work and see what resistor. 2.2K. Seems like they're all copying each other's work too. Somebody verify 1K. Okay, so yeah. People like me that like to round everything down and use the common components are using 1 kilo ohm, and so 1 kilo ohm might be okay. So that's to this from 5 volts. The heat sinks are always fun things to rest on. Yeah, I got 70 volts through my arm one time testing audio stuff because I was going to the back of the rack mount enclosure and the power supply had just wonderful FETs that sit at 70 volts sticking out of it. So we'll use a, well, it said 200 ohms on the, no, it said 20 ohms on the data sheet for it when we ran the diodes numbers into the LED calculator. 20 ohms. I'm not going to put 20 ohms on that. I'm going to put 1K, and it'll be on the diode going to ground, because we can do input. Well, we don't need to do input pull. It's not an input. We're just going to set the output low when we set it high. So let's put a 1K ohm resistor going back to the Arduino, and then I'll wire it to the first two output pins. Everything is just spread out just to be nice. And our 5 volts coming from over here, I guess I'm going to have to take it from here and go up and over. We can figure that out later. So what's my pins? Pin 1 is the anode, A positive, C minus. Anode, cathode. So the cathode is on pin 3. The anode is on, this one's backwards. Damn it. Soldering technique, soldering technique, soldering technique. Reep, 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 reep. Dee-doo, dee-doo, dee-doo. I could bend the pins up, or I could just suck the solder away and hope that it isolates them, and then I'll pick the part off. Good thing we figured that out. I got thrown out of radar when my arm touched the wrong part by accident. You know, your death would be highly inconvenient to the operation of the radar. So that makes sense. Highly inconvenient. You know, they'd have to do paperwork and all kinds of stuff over your dead body. Then again, radar operators were the ones that discovered that when they stood in front of the emitter, they felt a little bit of warmth. And that led to the invention of the microwave and to the lack of procreation of the radar operators. So you guys, radar operators, have a history of radar-related injuries. It led to innovation, though. Something positive. All right, so what I'm going to do is use the big soldering iron, and I'm going to try to get this thing to peel up. And I guess getting in there with the tweezers like this is kind of annoying. I vibrated for several hours after that. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm lucky that reaching over the power supply wasn't more of an accident. There we go. See, the whole point is to get them all molten at the same time. So I'm using the wide tip in order to just heat up both pads on either side. And there's enough excess of solder there that it's going to flow everything over at the same time. So that the part can just kind of settle into position. With surface mount, really what you're doing professionally is running everything through an oven or a hot plate that gets everybody to the same temperature at the same time. And so it sneaks it over that threshold to where solder becomes molten, and you have a solder paste that's been deposited down onto the pads. And when it all flows over at the same time, because it's metal, it has high surface tension. And that high surface tension pulls at all the pins of the part equally, right? It pulls all those pins equally, and so your parts will actually arrange themselves into ideal positions. So your pick and place can be a little bit inaccurate. You can be a little bit misaligned on stuff, and it'll still make a perfect looking board in the end. I think I remember that, T-Mister, you being a radar technician in the Army. You said that before. I remember things. I am not parasocial. Parasocial. I just don't trust that pin to have flowed over. I guess it did. That looks okay. It looked like I wasn't soldering it. Okay, so now these are both facing the same direction. So pin 1 here is the anode, A plus, C minus. I'm going to connect these directly to ground, so I'll put the resistor on the anode. Since this isn't going to be held at nothing, D1 and D2 will be our pins. Since this is not being held at nothing, we don't need like a pull up or a pull down resistor on it. Although if we were flipping transistors and stuff, it's usually good form to have a pull up or pull down. I'm just going to put a 1 kilo ohm resistor in there as a current limiting element, and the LED should probably still pop off. If we have trouble activating things, we'll know to look at the LEDs first. If in fact our power supply doesn't boot up, or something similar to that happens. Oh yeah, and I spilled coffee on these 1Ks, so they're all bunched together. There we go, we got a couple. These are 0805. 0805 is a comfortable size. 0805 is the inch fraction of the dimensions of the width and the length of the resistor. This is just a little bit of resistive material that has been deposited onto ceramics, and then they paint the top of it. I don't know if it's insulated. I think it might be. And then they give it a designation number. So 102, which is another reason that I prefer surface mount, is because the label is directly on top of the component. 102, 102, 10 with 2 2s after it. 1000, 1000, 1K. It is just dead simple, and you don't have to worry about memorizing Roy G. Biv or any of 1,000 monikers that thing undertakes, or acronyms rather. So I'm just going to go D1 over there, D2 over here. The label is directly on the through-hole ones too. No, it's not! I don't like memorizing weird cryptic codings. I hate it. So 0805 is a decent size. It stays in the bounds just right. I forgot my resistor color codes. I forgot it 10 minutes after the exam because surface mount exists. Took an exam, forgot it all. This one probably could move down a little bit, but it has to get up to the power supply activation pin, which is over here. So pin 1 is going to be activate, pin 2 is going to be fire. And if I need any pins in the future, I've got them all available. Probably use insulated wire to get to it. I don't need this whole circuit to be on the surface of the perforated prototyping board. Somehow the axions got miswired in my brain, and whenever I see perforated prototyping board, I think breadboard. It's very bad. 10 volt, 10 amp, optimum charge time is 18 milliseconds to 22 milliseconds. Factory smoothing was 15 billion UF microfarads, 1 with 2. 10 billion micro UF in parallel. Calculator has me 20 milliseconds. I think that's in spec. Okay, I don't know. What are you doing? Oh, AC filtering? The guy that taught me always asks me every day, what's the value? He gave me the colors. Ugh. That's like what was his name? AVE talked about doing, is putting different pipe fittings on your desk and just interacting with it throughout your day so that you get familiar with pipes and fittings and you can identify them visually. But I think it's a little above and beyond the Call of Duty. At least for, I know like knowing the resistor codes is like a thing that I should absolutely do. So is learning Morse code. It's just things that I haven't done, that I don't really feel that I need to. That one is all topsy-turvy. Why don't you arrange yourself based on surface tension? It's not. It's getting all discombobulated. It looks like hell. Hold on. I have to give it just a little bit of incentive to get the right spot. This isn't the big soldering iron tip, so. There it goes. Off into the sunset. Oh, that can ruin the resistor, by the way. Peeling it upwards can remove the conductive edge piece. There's a little material on the edge that you're soldering to, and it wraps around the chip, and you should have it soldered on all sides. All right, good enough. There's probably a big bubble underneath these. Now, if I had the square pads and if I had the only plated on one side, then this would be a lot easier. Um, Generally, though, so far this is pretty easy. I mean, it's not a ton is going on here. We need pull up and or down resistors, so those will be 10K. And we probably want pulled down on, well, actually, let's look up the power supply and remind ourselves of how this thing is supposed to be plugged in. Actually, what is our, well, I'm not going to open up the Arduino code. Blep, 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 222, we can close. E19, I don't even know. What was this? Yeah, we don't need the trench FET. On semi, we can close. That was related to the keyboard. This is the tip 122. And data sheet for tip 122, so we don't need this. TLP, that's our opto isolator, keep that. LED calculator, we can close. Tip 122, we can close. Okay, so fewer windows, who dis. Let's open up and look at the, what is this thing called? No, that's their individual information. I guess we'll look at nixieclock.org. Oh, here we go. High voltage DC, is this the right one? Yeah, okay. So, shutdown pin. 1.2 volts, current 2 milliamps. What's our max? VN. VN is 12 volts, so we're going to be hitting it with 5 volts, so it'll be fine. So we're going to hit it with 5 volts, and we need 2 milliamps, and V is equal to I times R. So that would mean the amps are equal to the voltage over resistance. So if we put 10,000 in there, let's just calculate that real quickly. We have 5 volts divided by 10,000, which equals a half an amp. 2 milliamps. So we can't use 10K? Are you kidding me? Wait, so I need to give it 5 milliamps. So I'm going to have to, V equals IR, right? Voltage, current, resistance. So if we divide by, hold on, wait, we want to divide by resistance. So volts over resistance is going to equal current in amps. So if I do 5 volts divided by 1,000, I get 5 milliamps. 10K wouldn't have triggered it. That's crazy. Okay, so we got to use a 1K on this one as well. Okay, so on the output, what we're going to have is a 10K pulling up. No, it's going to be a 1K pulling up, and then we'll just connect it to ground when the thing, let's just double check on that. What polarity is shut down? Is there a line over it? When there's a line over the input, that means that it's the reverse. So if they talk about like a pin, if you have a pin that says EN and it's got a line over it, that means that low enables the pin instead of high enabling the pin. I can't believe they went through all the trouble of having like header pinouts. They didn't align it to 0.1. Psycho behavior. Module generate heat, blah, blah, blah. Shutdown high is equal to off. So high is equal to off. So in our schematic here, I've got the enable pin. That's connected directly, but now we're actually putting an isolator in there. So that goes to ground. And then, what is it? When we activate this, What's going on in this part of the circuit? What happens in this part of the circuit? I want default off. So high is equal to off. So we want the pull-up going to the shutdown pin. And then this goes to ground. So that nothing is equal to off. And then something is equal to, and there will be a resistor in there. We send current through here. LED activates. This thing goes down and activates. So yeah, so high is equal to on. Ugh, worst equal sign ever. High equals on. Because that'll conduct. This will ground the pin. We turn it off. 10K goes to disable this. Okay, so good. Sorted that out. What's that doing? I don't know when I'm going to get a call back. Do I have reception? I got reception. And it has to be a 1K because otherwise we don't get enough current from our 5 volts. It's so weird. So let's do, should I do the pull up over here or should I do it near to this? We'll do it over here. So that means that the top pin of the opto isolator, which one is that? Pin 6. Why? Oh, I see. They skip a row because it's I don't know. That's how they do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's the one opposite of pin 1. So opposite of pin 1, we're putting a 1K to 5 volts. That's crazy how that much current is required on that thing. I think we might be able to get away with a 10K pull up on the other one. Or no, it's pull down. It would be a pull down resistor. That's basically just to discharge the stuff that's on the line. This goes here, sideways, and gets 5 volts. Actually, I need to go all the way around so my hands are in the right spot. It's not that small. It was in the pool. Where do I put my hands? How do I do this? Like this? Yeah, that's better. That one's pin 1, right? Pin 1 is there. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, pin 1, pin 3. Okay, I'm correct. And so those 2 will go to ground. Not much opto isolating going on here when your grounds are just shared. I mean, I guess it's good practice to get the voltages away from one another, but the ground is just going straight over. And I guess you can isolate your ground by like having a choke point on it. I don't know how else you would do that. Would you use like an actual choke? I don't know. Okay, so there's that one. The other one is on the tip 122. The tip 122, just to review, tip 122 is, where did that go? It's TLP 124. Didn't I leave it open? Yeah, here it is. Complementary NPN PNP. Tip 120, 121, 122, 125, 127. So where are we? Which one is which? So I think we are this one. That means that would go to 100 volts. This goes to ground. And then when this goes positive, it triggers. It pops off. So the tip 122 100 volts, and that's CBE I don't know why, but until now I haven't thought of using SMT components on this board. It's a thing that I learned from an old job, and yeah, just when you're throwing up circuits, you don't need SMD specific boards. You can just use regular through hole because a lot of the stuff lines up properly. A judicious use and careful use of Kapton tape can also help you interface with the surface mount stuff on this board. I've done a few what I call live bug circuits. Well, I wonder if this is one right here. Yeah, live bug circuit where you put Kapton tape down in order to isolate, glue the component down, and then you solder to all the ends. And then when you're prototyping, you don't have to think of, oh, I'm on the opposite side of the board, which pin is which. You just have it all right in front of you. So the 122 is NPN from what we've used it in the past. How much current does it need? Staining voltage, saturation, says the staining voltage of 100 volts for the 122. VBE, base emitter on voltage, 3. Max is 2.5. What? But they were using it on a 5-volt system before anyway. What if he blew it up with 5 volts? I don't think so. DC current gain, NPN. Surely it does not need a whole amp. I don't know. We've seen them using 3K and 1K. So I guess we are going to use 1K to set this thing off. And so when we go to 5 volts, it will conduct through the transistor and set it off. So if we use a pull down resistor on this one, so this, in this case, the 1K is going to go from, no, that, wait a minute, wait, think, hold on a second. We want this to activate, send current going through there. It'll activate this one, it'll send current going through here. If we have it connected here, that means that it would have a pull-up resistor, and then this would sit at 5 volts, which would then be triggering our output. So instead, we'll set it up down here, and we will have a 1K to ground. Actually, we should have a 1K through, and then another like 1 or 10K to ground in order to make sure that this was held at 0 volts, and so it's not activated. 1K to ground. I mean, it's still 1K. It's still a lot of resistance. So I guess we're going to do a 1K to ground on this pin. Or no, it should be a 1K to positive on the other side so that it doesn't run away with the current. Well, no, it's 1K to the, oh, my resistor flew away. 1K to the tip 122 and then 1K to ground to resist the other one. So maybe that should be a 10K so that's so easily overcome, and it still does the job of bleeding out the circuit. So this will bleed out the circuit to 10K. And that one goes to ground. This pin goes to 5 volts directly. This other one goes to ground. Yes, okay, yes. Because when we activate it, that then puts 5 volts on the line. And the 1K is in there just as a current limiting resistor. Just like so. Not for others, that person would be dead and I would have been bricked for the rest of my life. They were never allowed back on site. Ooh. Oh, that was somebody else that put their arm on some? Oh, man. Crazy times. This is too much stuff connecting in one little area, huh? Although I guess we're managing. Hey, Celia. I'm going to solder the other side of that so it doesn't move. The 103 is 10K. And all this is responsible for doing is bleeding out the circuit so that it doesn't conduct. when it's off. The AV Geeks channel is awesome. Yeah, it's pretty cool, huh? I haven't found these soldering videos, but everything else is fantastical and stuff. So you gotta search solder because they're there. There's a quick little search should bring it up. It's fairly recent. I had to unsubscribe because it's like a daily deluge of stuff. There's too many posts and too little time, and it would drown out other channels that I was interested in. I don't browse YouTube like people normally do with like letting the platform tell me what to watch. I subscribe to stuff and then very carefully curate that list. You think I'm not searching? So what was the title of that thing? I thought it very blatantly said soldering on it. There were some from what was it? I don't think it was from NASA. I don't know. They're in there though. They're in there. That archive is huge. Trying to remember what company was responsible for the soldering videos. No, it doesn't ring a bell. Yeah, there's also a different did I link it? I think I linked it in the Discord. One of them anyway. We should have that on a Nightbot command. That would require me finding the video again. Well, those are a little bit off by in alignment, but I think they'll work out. So 5 volts, I guess I'm going to drop down and come across this way. And I think I'll do it with wire that's insulated. Yeah, well, it's searchable in Discord. I don't know. There's tons of links, though. I definitely shared it. I had an argument in another Discord about the use of nutmeg in Swedish meatballs. And the Swedish person kept telling me, I keep searching meatball and none of them have nutmeg in it. I'm like, what are you talking about? So apparently the recipes for meatballs in Sweden, whether or not, because I guess they probably don't call them Swedish meatballs, but they vary greatly from person to person. So everyone's a chef, everyone knows their recipe. It's kind of like craft dinner in Canadians. They all have a different sort of like base recipe that they follow. But like, if you search Swedish meatballs in America, we will add nutmeg to it. And it's not an American thing. It is also a Swedish thing. This appeared in cookbooks in the 1700s. And there were sort of 2 parallel meatball sort of fried in butter recipes. And one of them called for allspice and the other nutmeg. And so most of the recipes that you find associated with Swedish meatballs are, yeah, I don't know how to pronounce that. But they have both allspice and nutmeg in them. So this person was, they weren't mad, but it was still like I search for meatball recipe and I do not find any nutmeg, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Every single one on the page says that, because otherwise you would be making an Italian style meatball. We don't have like, you guys probably just call them meatballs. We call them Swedish meatballs or Italian meatballs, or, you know, it's crazy. I didn't expect it to be like, every time I talk on a food channel, I get gaslit by the entire food channel. I don't know why that is. It's just something that happens when I speak up about food. There you go. And you see, it's not until I get on stream that I actually find Swedish people who say, no, nutmeg's totally reasonable. I was completely unreasonable for suggesting that a Swedish meatball might contain nutmeg. This is my fault. I was talking crazy. I took a bunch of Ambien, and then I didn't go to bed, and I said a bunch of stuff on the internet in relation to the Swedes and their meatballs, and I'm sorry. I publicly apologize for getting it wrong. I got blasted. You call them kids balls. They're so small when I make meatballs. I mean, it's something that came over from the Ottoman Empire, the meatballs in general, into Sweden. And it was like King something, Charles or something like that, that supposedly popularized it. And it wasn't until the 17th century that you started to see recipes that aren't like cooked in something else. And then the invention of the meat grinder, of course, and as recipes sort of got refined, it became a specific style of making a meatball with breadcrumbs and cream. And yeah, there's a whole article that I found on it, and it was fascinating to figure out. But I couldn't like get through to these people because they kept telling me that there's nothing like that and that I'm crazy. I thought nutmeg was in Swedish meatballs. It is not a characteristic, apparently, of Swedish meatballs, even though if you come over to America and you're like, oh, yes, I am, hello, I am Sweden in America, and you search Swedish meatball, 90% of your answers are going to say nutmeg. Some of them will say allspice, but I think the disconnect was that this person was just searching meatball, and their recipe is more of like an Italian meatball instead of like a Swedish meatball, because there's a style to it, and there's little variations that everybody does. So some people don't touch nutmeg at all. Some people only use allspice. Some people fry the onion and garlic, if there is garlic, sometimes there's no garlic, in butter first and then put it in with the rest of the meatball to keep the texture right. One of the biggest tips, though, when making that style of meatball is you hydrate your breadcrumbs in the milk or cream that you're using. That makes an extremely soft meatball. It makes a very good one. But yeah, I like the subtle nutmeg flavor. I think that's an amazing flavor combo. But apparently, I don't know, this specific person had never heard of it as being a thing, which is, I feel so gaslit. I'm not the crazy person. I'm not crazy. I'm not. VN shutdown. So this is the one that we're going for. We're coming across and over. So I'm just going to do that one right now. I guess we'll use just the exposed wire. That should be all right. Or should I use I should use a color coordinated wire. I'll use a white wire for this one. Use white wire for this one. This is going to take us a while to build, huh? Maybe I'll just finish this in the background. You must not overdo the nutmeg. It's a flavor you want as a hint. Yeah, but it's a great little hint of flavor. You're like, ooh, that tastes different. It kind of lightens things up. But yeah, if you overdo the nutmeg, it's like, whoa, what are you doing here? What is this crap? What are you doing? Hey, what is this? A joke? Oh, God, yeah, it's so good. Yeah. I made a bunch of them and, had dinner with a couple people. Everybody ate the meatballs, and I had a lot of them left over. And they didn't survive the night. They didn't survive the night. And then I'm left with all that matter in my stomach. Ugh. If you start hallucinating, you've added too much nutmeg. Is there a possibility to hallucinate on nutmeg that I should have known earlier? This thing's on. Okay. Is this thing on? Talking here. Okay. So that's going to the middle pin. So we'll just take this over to this spot right here. Try to keep this nice and neat. And I'll just jump over 2 pins with it. And then give it a cut right after the connector. Strip a little bit off the end. With my fingernails. My fingernails are always so crunched up. I would make a little bit more progress, but I guess this just inherently goes slow. It's just not a quick process that I have. I don't know how I would be able to speed it up either. I think we've talked about various techniques to speed it up, and none of them have come to fruition. That's a shutdown pin. V in is the lower pin, and it also needs to go back to this and this. So we'll just do a red wire just right across there. That way I am communicating to myself how this thing was built. When you're building a circuit like this, it's all well and good if you want to run it like it's traces, but it's not. It is a rat's nest of wires, and so making sense of your rat's nest of wires can start with properly color coding your powers and grounds and stuff. Signals I'll do with the other colors that I have, but red, yellow, and well, technically this one should be yellow because this is a 12-volt line. I guess I'm just not going that crazy, not going that hard into the paint, but I could. But that's V in right there. Let's double check. Yeah, V in. Okay, and the top one's ground. Things to do, food, drink in the Norwegian cookbook. Meatballs says nutmeg. A lot of the recipes do say nutmeg. I know. My friend was freaking gaslighting me. I don't know, man. I'm not going to defend him, but at the same time, the recipes originally, well, they may or may not contain nutmeg. But I was under the impression that that's what made the Swedish meatballs Swedish. But I don't know who came up with the nutmeg. It is in a recipe book that from like the 1700s. But then the sister recipe, the two recipes that were in the book that actually fried the meat instead of like cooking it in a different way, they fried it in butter in that recipe, and one of them called for allspice and the other one called for nutmeg. That just came right out. What the hell happened there? That was a cold solder joint. Cold solder joint. Number one enemy of a project like this. Don't listen to Visit Norway. They try to lure in tourists. I'm just equating it to like a Canadian craft dinner situation where everybody has their own little recipes that they do, and they can vary widely from recipe to recipe. One thing I could have done with this circuit is build it using the perforated prototyping board components. The big wires, because big bold wires on a circuit like this would probably be pretty good. We don't have a lot of circuitry in this one. It's sort of a big display kind of thing. It's just being held in place. Get real close. There we go. I can solder those two down. You have to keep going to the microscope like this. I was lazy. I had to find a recipe and translate it into English. If you search Cilia in your Swedish internet, whatever the internet has done to you over there in Sweden, actually, no, you're not in Sweden, are you? Over there in the Scandinavian-y kind of countries, are you finding a lot of recipes that have nutmeg as one of the primary ingredients? Or is it like my friend who didn't find nutmeg in any of the recipes, apparently, although I think he just looked for meatball and not specifically Swedish meatball. I guess you guys have a word for it over there, too. I don't have Swedish internet. I feel insulted. I backed down. I realized. I remembered. Albeit too late, I remembered. The damage was already done. How could I live this down? What is, wait, is that, yeah, that's the contact. That's what I want. That's the one I want. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Right, so that is 5 volts going to the bottom pin, and then it goes to the pull-up resistor. Did I do that wrong? Wait, wrong one, that one. Pull-up resistor at 5 volts up there, and then we'll pick up on the 5 volts somewhere else. How do you say the O with a line through it? Is it Joktaker meat cakes? They don't have nutmeg, and they're fried in a pan before serving. It's kind of like what turned into the hamburger and became my entire country's identity in perpetuity. So this one also gets 5 volts. So I mean, we can go out and around to 5 volts, or I could come up through there. I don't know. Well, I thought the hamburger was originally ground meat as well. These two circuits are so different and yet so alike. We're very much the same, you and I. How do I want to do this? Stinky, blinky. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe if I just go forward with it and get everybody wired up, it'll be fine. So ground here and ground here are the same. I might run a wire through those, and then ground here, which I guess I can go out and around to avoid. This is high voltage. We'll get to the high voltage stuff in a minute. Let me get all the low voltage stuff done. Well, O is O, like it's an O, like Lochin. And the one with the line through it, I don't know. It's like E in serving. What? Like the E in serving. Jedeker? I'll never be able to pronounce it right. The dog is going psycho. I wish you would stop barking so much. Well, it was the Node Red stuff. I explained it already this stream. I talked about it in length. Why isn't Burn the Subs being worked on right now? Because I had to do the Node Red stuff, and so this is related to the Node Red things. It's a way to keep things fresh without stagnating on the one project that's been kind of an executive dysfunction of mine. And I talked about it at length already. We might as well wire all the grounds up. I shouldn't sort of go around and wire anything else since everything is connected to ground. And of course, I'm going to be using this wire with ground. I don't think there will be that much current running from thing to thing that this won't be able to handle. And maybe if it can't handle it, it'll be funny. So I can run a wire directly through there on the underside of the board, or I can pick it up on top going like this. I probably want to pick it up on top because I really don't want to. I want to be able to identify stuff on this board at a glance. So if I'm doing that, then I might as well do these first, because this goes from end to end with the ground. This is a high voltage ground. What is the TIP 122 pinout? TIP 122, TLP and TIP. That's very, very confusing. Did we lose the PIP 122? Oh my god, my dog is practically howling at the door. Jeez. That's not what we're looking for. Did I close the data sheet? I must have. TIP 122. Oh, we looked it up in relation to Arduino, and I didn't think I needed the data sheet. I need the pinout. That's why I closed it. So TIP 122, and we are connecting it to ground on the emitter, which is the side pin facing into the board. This is the emitter right here, which is very convenient because now I can just wire this thing up to the high voltage ground. Well, and of course it's all going to be wired together, but I don't know, should I be using this thin wire to do it? I think covered in solder this should be okay for the current, but maybe I want to just run a big boy wire over to this, because the positive is going to go, well, through the coil, so it'll be going somewhere else, and then this one will go to the coil. Actually, what's the middle one again? Pin 2 is the collector. So yeah, collector, emitter. So this needs to cross over. No, actually, wait a minute. This one is ground. So we can put a big wire over to there. So I'm going to get big wire for this. We're going to use the big wire for this. Where'd the big wire go? I have this big unshielded wire that I like to use for high current stuff. And since we're hitting this 5 amp coil with big capacitors worth of current, I kind of want there to be big wires on these. Yeah, too many projects. High-ish is 100 volts. We've set our Nixie tube power supply to 100 volts. Where did that wire go? What did I do with it? What did I do with the solid wire that I typically have? Man, I ate a BLT sandwich for lunch, right? And it came with a cupcake, and now I'm really hungry. Whereas normally I don't get this hungry in the afternoon. Maybe I need more liquid. That's probably what it is. I need to get a glass of water. I still haven't heard back from the pharmacy, too. They are going to give me a call, I guess, about their stock of insulin. I don't know why they would be out of stock. Okay, I gotta find that reel of wire. We had it the other day. It usually lives out here. Oh, there it is. Found it. Doink. There it is. Just unshielded solid wire. It's good for high current kind of stuff. I haven't really calculated what the current is going through this thing, but these 3 capacitors are going to want to be able to have a lot of current go through them. So I am going to connect. Well, actually, it should be from here to the connector. Should have the big tabs. So let's put in the 2 connections, and then the third one would be going to it goes to this whole circuit, which is going to have to hop over itself because these can't be. Okay, hold on. I'm working through the logic here. I'm working through the logic here of how this thing is going to be hooked up, and I guess now comes the time when we add the 6 connectors. So if I could find the other 3 connector blue, I know where that is. It is in a bin. I can put the 2 3 connector ones next to each other. It would be nice if I had a little separation between the 2, but I don't have the luxury of the parts. I don't have all the parts that I thought I had. I thought I would have more screw terminals somewhere, but they seem to find projects a little too easily. And if I really wanted to be careful about the high voltage, I should probably put these on different connectors, different shape and size connectors, so that they can only plug in to one place. But I think a couple screw terminals will be okay. Where are they? Which bin is it? I'm looking through the bins to the left here. Let me move the camera so you guys can see. Move the camera. Let you guys see what I'm doing. Parts. It's the parts corner. Corner of parts. Should I grab a new diode? No, we'll use the diode we've been using. And then screw terminals in there. One of these has it. Yeah, I could put banana plug terminals on it. That I'm just completely out of them. Where are they? Where? I took them out. I took some of them out and left some of them in the bins still. But it looks like... Oh, here we go. So here's the other 3-pin. But I do have, like, fan connectors or DuPont connectors could maybe do it. I don't know. What I don't like is that everybody's sharing ground. I feel like something could go through ground and maybe ruin everything else. But having 3 different positive and negative 100-volt terminals sitting on the edge of this thing, it has me thinking. But I want to isolate the high voltage over here. If I do JSTs coming out of the front, the JST is more shrouded than these are. Yeah, JST. Okay, JST. They're more polar than these things, these screw terminals. They may be lower current, but I think they can handle the brief impulse of the 100 volts. And they're shrouded all around, so they should offer better insulation for my components that are plugging in. And they will all be 2 pins. They won't be plugged together. It'll be two going to this, two going to this. Although these are sharing the line anyway. And then these two, well, that's tough because these are big wires, but I think I can get a JST around that. And that'll have the diode on it, fly back. Although this is connected to the same place everybody else is. So it's just three connectors that are doing the exact same thing. They'll just have to kind of leapfrog each other. We had this on perforated prototyping boards, so it'll be able to survive. And then just for funsies, let's do a JST crimp on this one so that I have something to sink my heat. I need something to bleed the heat off so I don't melt the connector. Probably a little too much wire. This will just make it that little tiny bit safer. Safer. Put that in quotes. Put that in a quote and smoke it. I don't know if we'll finish this today. I will finish soldering it, and I promise you that I will not test it until we come back on Tuesday. I will be streaming on Friday, but we are going to be taking something apart. We're going to do something a little different. The reason that I do different stuff is because I am a human being and I deserve to have variety in my life. We've got a lot of projects that are going at the same time, and I still have to appease you guys who are intermittent and channel surf, which means we just get to do all kinds of crazy stuff. So while Burn the Subs has sat on the sidelines for a little bit, it'll come back, because we were vetting out a bunch of different stuff. Technologies that are going to go into Burn the Subs. See if I do that, if it'll hold on to it. It will, actually. Oh, careful. Need all the copper that I can get. Oh, I'm buzzing. Oh, motion. The other person that's home probably took Willow out because she's being a prick. Her friends are probably outside. So she's barking her head off at him. And I heard a howl. I think she was actually howling. She was trying to bark so hard. If I bark hard enough, maybe I can hang out with my buddies. It's a very cute bark, but it's also very disruptive. It's not like we're neglecting her or anything. I spent plenty of time hanging out with the dog today. She gets all the attention in the world. Multiple treats a day. She's got the life, man. All right, so to get this thing in here, I need to just perch it. Yep, that's about right. And then it completely fucks it. What the hell? What happened there? Oh, it's too far in. What happened to that? Way too far in. It tried to crimp everything. Oh, jeez. Okay, all right. Try it again. These never work out for me. These crimps are always obnoxious. I like soldering them a lot better, but right now we need a JST thing so I can plug it in and sink away all the heat that is going to be generated by soldering. And the thing is, this stuff is a little bit thick for those crimps. I think I can use the number 3 hole and get a round crimp around the jacket. But it might overcrush the wires in the pin. So I need to make sure that it's aligned properly, and this is always kind of an annoying process. This is always a little bit obnoxious. So I thought it would be easy to align by, yeah, there's too much stuff sticking out. I need all of it that I can get. It's got to go through this little tiny connector. Hopefully it doesn't blow up the JST. On my old power supply project, I used these specific kind of like Molex connectors that were not meant for the amount of current that I was getting out of the power supply. And so eventually I started to smell plastic. And I looked, and it turns out I was melting the connector itself. I still have that in a bin somewhere as a reminder. That looks a little bit more promising. Oh, but that didn't feel promising. It did the exact same thing. How far back is it supposed to be? I was all the way back to the... I guess that this one just can't do it. I think it's got to be a number 1. I think it has to be a number 1. So let's even up these wires again. That's really annoying. I wasted a bunch of cribs. I don't have like a second best crimp for like high voltage stuff. We used automotive connectors in our taser powered fire cannons. The automotive connector had all of this environmental seal around it, so I was able to do the 2 pins that did the AC high voltage all the way up to the cannon, and that had like tons of insulation and distance that an arc would have to travel in order to get from one to the other. I don't know if I could use it with this wire. I may have to go to thinner wire in order to use JST. Which, will that be an issue? I guess we could test it and find out, but when this circuit is closed, we've got like a buttload of stuff flowing through all of this. So I think I'm in the market for a bigger connector, which would be this bin here, and only certain crimps exist for things. Like, I don't know if I have a crimp for this. Huge Molex. Maybe we do. Hold on a second. I might have the right thing. Lest I solder on stuff like XT connectors, but I don't need the XT connector. The XT connector would do really well. It would do really well, but I don't think that's quite the right answer here. Or I can just solder wires to the edge of the board. I don't want to do that. I want connectors. Just in case I gotta like move a component or something. Do I really need connectors? I don't know. Where are all of these crimps? I guess I don't have the other end because I use these for fans. So I don't need all of that stuff. This is me lacking a very clear functionality. Actually, these wires did get hot, and that's why I wanted to use the screw terminal. So I guess we're back to square one. We're back to screw terminals. I can't get... Well, let's try it. Let's try one more time. I'm going to try the proper sized crimp on this and see if it actually gets onto the JSTs. These are technically 1 amp, but we're doing 100 volts through a 12 volt 5 amp solenoid. So I don't know where those equations leave us. So I'm going to shorten it up again. I'll give it a little crimpy poo, and we'll see if it actually takes the crimp properly. I could drop the wire size down, but that'll cause heating issues. Or just use screw terminals, all the screw terminals that I've got, and it'll be a little bit messy, and it'll be able to be assembled wrong. But this seems to, I mean, the wire seems to fit pretty well into the crimp. So if I can just get it to crimp properly, maybe I can get away with it. Nope, that's wrong. Abort! Abort! Get out of there! Oh, it's push up on that. Yeah, there we go. Well, if the whole thing crimped down like that, maybe I was in the wrong spot. But I did align it. I aligned it vertically to where it would be crimping everything properly. But I guess the number 3 is deeper than the other ones, so we'll try the one next to it, the number 2. Damn it. Okay, hold on. These are always, crimping is always the worst part of stream. It's where stream goes to die. Did I miss anything? Oh, you have a radio call and everything. Nice. Check over. Yeah, we're doing and numbers until I get this thing together, which I guess I could try to do over the weekend, and then on Tuesday we'll come back to having an emote thrower working. Tomorrow is a teardown day, because somebody sent me this wonderful little air duster, and I want to take it apart on stream. I want to make that a whole stream, because Although I do say that if you send me stuff, it is akin to throwing it in the garbage, because I won't necessarily do a stream on stuff that's sent in. But if it's interesting enough, I do enjoy doing a good teardown stream, rather. Here's what I'm trying to do. I know you guys can't see this. I'm trying to get this, what is it, 18 gauge wire to sit inside of the 2 tabs of this crimp. It's really just not working with me. So if I can get that like that, it's close. You can see how this like kind of almost works. I'm being very careful with it. I wish I had better crimping stuff. This is all we got. So if I can get that to grip in, then it should be good for a JST connector. Although this is going to be, maybe this one gets screw terminals, because that's not gonna go into a JST. And then align this here. And then we've got, that's an okay crimp. I don't think it's the best I've ever done. Okay, so that's not going to work. God damn it. See, the JST keeps it nice and shrouded, although there's a little gap in there. That would have been nice to use. I could try DuPont. I know that'll crimp on a DuPont. I could use smaller wire, and then it would be probably more prone to exploding. I'm going to use smaller wire because it's going to be funnier. We use smaller wire, we'll use a JST connector, and the wire is going to get hot. Because this stuff didn't really get hot, did it? We saw some heat in the system there. When that gets to like looping through this stuff, it's going to be kind of crazy. Screw terminals for the big relay, and then JSTs for everybody else. I don't like the prospect of having that much exposed stuff around the 100-volt system, but maybe we can make it work. 28 gauge is 28 gauge is not going to do the job. What do I have? I have 28 gauge, and what's this one? This might be the wire that we used. Let's see. Let's see what we got. And bring back over to you guys. Wire, pants on fire. Which may be an outcome of this type of thing. If I use the wrong wire, my pants could very well be, that very well may be on fire. Nothing over there. But over here. There was another like thing of wire that was kicking around the bench, and I don't know what happened to it. I think I put it back in the organized area. I need more space, y'all. I need way more space. I'm like a goldfish that's grown to its maximum size. I am not unto the goldfish and its ability to grow and fill an area. Who are you? You are still hilariously small gauge. What gauge are you? Actually, slightly less copper than what we were using. I think this is the size that I want, though. Yeah, this might be able to take that crimp. All right, so what am I using? I should probably use polar color schemes, so red and black maybe, or 100 volts, blue and white. Use blue and green, whatever. It doesn't actually matter that much what the poles are, as long as I can trace the color. So we'll keep it relatively short, just so I can maneuver the capacitors around, but not so that we're using too much of this stuff as it becomes resistive at distances. So one of those, one of these. And actually, I could eventually do a JST over here, too. Should it be a 3-pin, just so that I'm separating out the poles? so we don't get 100. Well, it's only 100 volts. It's not going to arc that badly. It's not going to arc that badly, although possibly I would use a 3-pin over here and separate them out and then put bleed resistors on that. Like 100 kilo ohm resistors across all these so that it bleeds out all the excess of current that it has built up in the capacitors. So this should probably take the crimp properly. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to load it in early on, I guess, a number 1. Oh yeah, you got to pinch it just a little bit. Pinch it just a little bit. Yeah, this is one of those common tasks where I wish I could, like, refer you guys to another streamer or something. Or, like, hit fast forward somehow magically on myself. It's not like I'm not good for the work being done. It's just that the work being done is so much less visual than everything else we do. Oh, look at that. Look at the difference. Look at the difference. I would have liked a little bit more of the jacket to be in front of that rear crimp, but we've got the metal in there. It's being compressed by the clips to the point where it's making really good contact. We got everything all lined up, and when I bend this, it's bending at the wire and not the actual copper. So that's what we want to see out of a crimp like that. So we'll get a 2-pin thingy-majiggy, a 2-pin square housing. Here's the problem with that crimper. If I go for this, what's going to happen is it goes up here, and then the clap of its ass gives away its location. Sometimes the ass is too fat, although it seems to be okay on this one. But when the ass is too fat, it doesn't slide in with ease and click in to its little opening there. That one apparently did it perfectly, though. Like, this is like the perfect wire for JST connections, apparently. So finally, we get that done. It's just that all of the fun stuff that we could be doing is lost in my inability to go forward with projects without them being to the best of my capabilities. I need to have this to be a certain way. I don't want it to be a bunch of barely soldered connections that could start sparking off and then, you know, suddenly be on flames in front of my audience. But that's what it takes to have a popular stream. You have to have the chaos. We'll have the chaos, but it'll be more like a Tom Thinks style chaos. It'll be emotes flying up in my face as people use them in my chat. We do engineering here. Just like I list my business on my taxes as engineering entertainment. Nobody knows what the hell that is. Like, what? What does that even mean? I don't know. For tax purposes, though, my business. It's my business. That, I don't think I put far enough in. It's hard to tell when the thing is in all the way. Make your jokes, make your jokes. Hard to tell when it's in there all the way, but I guess that's good enough. So let's get that into a connector piece. See if it just does it in one try. Yep, it does. So I guess this size of wire is perfect for this sort of thing. And then this I'll probably put on a 3-pin connector to go into the cap bank when I make a PCB for that. So that'll just be that connector there. That one I might need to change the wire over to this size. This size is going to be very, very cranky about having to crank 100 volts at however many amps. But it means that I can use JST connectors. So how do I put these down? Let's see. See, the JST connector is shrouding it on all sides. So if I run into this thing with my arm, presumably I'm not going to electrocute myself. I mean, the sky's the limit. Anything could happen, but we assume that I won't. Plugged in over there, going straight up out the board. Over there, no. It seems as though we've pretty much reserved this side of the board for all of the accoutrements. So we'll put the stuff over here. So if this one goes to the cap bank, one of them goes to the screen, or the voltage meter, and the other one goes to the solenoid. The solenoid should probably be the first stop. So that would be a 3-pin connector. So we're going to keep 3 of these free, because that's where that's coming in. That goes to the ground that's from the capacitor bank. So the next one is the capacitor bank, and then the last one will be the meter. So this one here, or no, the cap bank would be, well, no, I'm going to do the solenoid as a 3-pin, and then on the capacitor end, it'll be a 2-pin. Let's pretty much just skip one and go right into that. Okay. All right, so that's going here. And then wait a minute, we need the big diode. The big D diode right here. And that needs to be nearby. Well, for the motor connector, anyway. This soldering iron tip is not big enough to desolder this. Great. Just great. Just perfect. It's just perfect. Okay. Just great. That's perfect. Let me get another one of those. Another one of those diodes, so I don't have to do that right now. Desoldering, that is. I happen to know where they are. They are right here. I think they're 2-pin devices, right? I didn't break the middle pin off. Oh, no, they're actually much smaller than these. Where are they? What would I have done with them? These aren't what I thought. These are giant switching things. All right, so we gotta get that other one then. We'll get that one out because I don't know where the other ones ended up. I don't know where I put them. I organized. I'm organized. I don't know where anything is. That's how organized I am. Do I have this? I don't know. I am organized. Is it in here? Who can tell? I'm organized. Wait, those are additional. What were those other ones? Organization. All right, so let's just grab that one. I just need to change iron tips. Change earn tips. Earned, and iron earn. Oh, it doesn't help that the iron was off. It doesn't help that the iron's on. Come on. Trying to have a show here. I'm trying to be funny and fun. You guys remember fun? I remember fun. I had fun once. It was awful. I know my stream says like chill vibes, and I'm sitting here going like the whole time. Just trying to being crazy as possible. Yeah, he's a really chill streamer. Screams at us. Ow, the body of the diode's getting hot. Okay, there we go. This is a diode in a TO220 package, which is kind of a weird thing. Sometimes when they can't get the high-powered device to fit inside of its normal thing, or they need higher current on the leads and stuff, they'll put it in an alternative package that resembles something else, but is not actually what you thought it was. I think most of the reason for the package change on this one is that it's a much higher current diode than typical. Although I do have some big high current diodes somewhere around here. That would be also a decent choice. Now, this thing needs to go in a particular location, but it needs to go across the leads that'll go to the motor. So maybe I need to do the 3-pin over here, because then I can sneak this thing underneath the whole thing. Now, what is the polarity of this thing? I need to look it up, where the anode and cathode are. This thing is an IN05AA. for the data sheet. Ion 5. 7 Darlington arrays, 500 cigarettes. I think it was a lower part number. On semiconductor, F30 up 20S. F30 up 20S. Oh, no, that was what I wanted. The mouse has got stuff all over it. 30 amp, 200 volt, ultra fast. Number 1, the large, cathode. Okay, so cathode and anode have to go nearby to the 3-pin connector that I'm using. 3-pin connector, I'd like to be in proximity to the switching element where it's going to go to ground. So power and ground from the thingamajig, but I can't fit it here. Well, there are 3 pins right there. So if that was here, it would get in the way of the screw hole. Okay, so I got to put it up here. It's going to be like here. But I guess between the capacitor bank and this, and then I'll just, because that's ground, and this stuff is cut off from ground. So there would be a big wire coming back over to this pin. Oop. What's the emitter on the? Oh my God, this is gonna be a work getting all these things connected. Our emitter goes to ground. Oh, the cap bank gets its own ground. But then when this connects to that ground, then it'll be a big old loop around this stuff. So this loop here and here need to be connected with big wire, and then this needs to be connected to here with a big wire, so that this loop gets all the copper. It's drawn in kind of a weird way. Our loop is basically through the capacitors and through the coil. So it's going to be like cap, coil, Darlington, and then back. That's all got to be thick wire. And as long as that stuff is thick wire, we should be fine. Everything will be just fine. It'll be fine. Everything will be fine. We'll be okay. We're going to make it. Yeah, and then I guess, I didn't draw this correctly, did I? Because this should be, oh no, this is the Darlington. Never mind. The Darlington is fine. It's the enable over here that needs to go towards positive, and then our 12 volt is cut off from our 3 volts with opto-isolators, or 5 volts rather, with opto-isolators. So if something bad, like really bad happens, we could potentially blow up all the 5 volt systems, but everything else should survive, hopefully. Although 12 volts is going out to this 100 volt thing, and I don't know how isolated that is. At least our signal, our little buddy over here, our little signaling ESP is hanging out, mostly protected from all the noise that this thing is going to make. So we need the cathode going to positive, which connects to everything positive, and everything positive gets a big wire. And so the anode and cathode on this thing are cathode on this side. C goes to positive in this case. That's kind of annoying. Well, I don't think I can really put this any other orientation, so we're just going to bend it down like this. Actually, I'm going to bend it down using a pair of pliers, since I don't think it's going to need to interface with the screw hole. We'll do it at the distance that the pliers are. This component is kind of showing showing the years. It's kind of chewed up. Okay, so cathode is typically the minus end, but in this case, since it's doing the job of flying back, it's actually connected to positive. So it's really, this one goes here, and then the other one goes to the coil. It doesn't go to negative necessarily. Oh, no, we're butted up against our opto-isolator, so let's move this over another space. Let's get this spread out a little bit. Oh, it's unevenly spaced. I put an even number in here. That's going to bother me. I can either go right up against this one or right up against this one. Huh? That's fantastic. I love it. I love everything about it. It's amazing. Push that in a little bit just to make sure. Okay, so there's our flyback diode. It's taking up a lot more room than I thought it would. And I could put in a normal flyback diode, but I feel like everything needs to be big and out of hand. Big and unwieldy in this circuit. That's the name of the game. Chemical Brothers. Crystal Method? I think that's Chemical Brothers. Okay, there are those two. Let's remove a little solder from the top of that just to clean it up. It's just bugging me. And the first stop for flyback is going to be that connector. So that connector, the 3-pin, will go right here. Let's see if I can do this without melting it. I don't have anything to plug into it. Where'd it go? There it is. You guys can't see. We'll try not to melt it. I'm going to a different tip. Let's use a slightly smaller tip. I know a lot of this soldering is dumb soldering. We're doing big joints for everything, but we can be a little bit more civilized with the with me hitting my finger up against the soldering irons because I'm holding everything in one hand. Jeez. Lots of heat, lots of fury. So that's straight up and down. It is. I don't want to move it too much because that heat over time is what's going to melt the contacts. Melt the plastic. I want to get in there quickly, put the solder down, let it cool. Without distorting anything. There we go. Now when I solder the rest of it, I am going to need to have something plugged in. Actually, that middle pin shouldn't even be there. What did I do? I messed up. Easy to fix. Middle pin, be gone. There. No metal pin. It's just a 2-pin device. Let's clean up our mess. A little bit more cleanup. We need some help on aisle 10. Hello, Allison. I want to hold your hand. I haven't been the same man since I saw you coming in. Yeah, we'll space them out a little bit, I guess. I could put it like right here. This one goes to the cat bank, so it probably should be close by. Although, yeah, I'll give it a little space to breathe. And then the sensing one will be over here, and that'll be very small wire gauge because it's just for the voltmeter. Yeah, give it a little room to breathe. Little room to breathe. I may have to go top side and bottom side on this and isolate, put some Kapton tape down so that I can keep things separate. Because I do need to do a lot of circuit hopping with these things horizontal like this. If they were vertical, if I had room to put vertical JSTs in there, then I could probably wire them all up as a big bank and I could minimize the lengths of things. But unfortunately, my design of this thing has put me in a spot where it's not going to be ideal. That's the end of the world. It kind of is, though. That's right. The more spaced out the high voltage circuit is, the more heat we're going to be able to see through the thermal imager. Okay. The last one would be the voltmeter. And so that one I'll put on another 2-pin JST. I'll put it up vertical. It still has 100 volts on it. It's just going to be way less current, so I can use the wire wrap wire since it's only measuring. It's interesting, things like a 100 volt meter weren't that common recently until electric cars came on the scene. Once you started getting these 100 volt battery banks on things, you start to see all of the metering equipment, the cheap metering equipment, start to cover these voltages and current levels of an EV. I still think that would be the ultimate car project, is take a Volvo Amazon, just a weird, blocky, interesting old car, and turn it into a total mutant. And I mean an electrical mutant. Pull up on the charging station with your sunglasses on in a weird car and go, "Hello, I am a speeding car." Be awesome. All right, so this is our high voltage interface. High voltage is coming from here. It's getting switched to ground over here, and it's getting metered over here, and it's getting transmitted to the motor here. So anode and cathode matter on this side. It doesn't matter on the other side. When we get to the coil, it doesn't matter which end I'm hooking up to which end of the coil. That'd be fun. It's been something that's been on my mind, and it's not something that I can do, but I looked on Bring a Trailer, and there was a Volvo Amazon that was in just the perfect shape for this sort of project. The motor had been swapped at some point in its life. It was a 2-owner car. For most of its life, it was in New Jersey. Perfect car. It had a horrible patina on the outside. Very hard to make that conversion. I don't think so. I think with my fabrication ability and the addition of a welder, I need to buy one because I gave my old one up. I think, man, that would be a really fun stream. I'd have to put like a decent camera right in mid-chest so that I could, continue to talk to you guys and do stuff while streaming. But making it all-wheel drive would be difficult. A 2-motor Tesla, considering the state of Tesla, the company, and how tarnished the reputation is, you could maybe get one for pretty cheap these days. You go, hey, I'll take that off of your hands. It'll go towards a good place that doesn't have a Tesla logo on it. And then fabricating and welding stuff, I got the 3D scanner. I'm decent at fabricating stuff. I'd get better at welding. That's definitely would be a necessity. I'd have to do a lot of stuff in that vein. You'd probably have to cut out a lot of the under stuff in order to get it to work, right? All-wheel drive C4 Corvette electric. I don't want to show up looking like a fast car. I think having the Volvo Amazon, hello, here's my Swedish car. It is so innocent. And then you just fucking blast. I think that would be amazing. Part of the inspiration was I saw a BMW motor conversion, BMW motor conversion, Volvo Amazon. That was really cool looking. It was really cool looking. And those cars, I mean, it's got a trailing, it still has independent suspension. So I think you'd have shock towers in every location, but I'm not sure. I do it just to piss off Chevy. That's a righteous cause indeed. This wire is going to get way too hot, isn't it? Wait, this isn't the same stuff. Wait a minute. I've been deceived. I am a buffoon. This stuff will work with the voltage gauge, though. Well, let's take a cut of this for the voltage gauge right now. I'll do all this boring work on my own. You live like me. I'm making a Honda Fit fast as fuck. I do like taking a car that's meant to go fast, but these days it's better that I have an incapable platform to start with, so that I don't get too much capability out of the car, so I don't wrap it around a goddamn tree. I really wish that Honda concept car, the Honda City concept car, was what came to fruition, but they ruined it. They made it all like bulbous and fat. It was this really cute like box car that looked very pretty and had like a screen as a grill. It was great. Totally ruined by the time it got to production. All right, we'll put that aside for that thing, and I'll get the proper size wire here. I'm not going to take you guys through another set of crimps, but I do need to have crimped wires in order to operate the rest of this thing. Hey man, I saw you coming in. Need some help for mile 10. Hello, Allison. I want to hold your hands. This song is going to be in my head for another month. Ugh. Yeah, I guess we'll end around here. We'll end around here. I would love to do that car project one day. We're not talking this year. We're not talking 5 years. We're talking like 10 years. I will be able to do that car project, and if I'm still streaming, then I'll definitely work out how to broadcast it, because that would be primary motivation. But who knows where I'll be by then? I'll probably be at the bottom of a dumpster. But like, the Fit has great understeer. It's not desired. Why do you want what? I love how this car is unable to steer anywhere. Listen, I've seen the Volvo Amazon do rally before on Top Gear. I'm not a poser. I just watch a lot of Top Gear. During the Scandinavian Rally Challenge, where you had to, if somebody asked you to sell your car, you have to sell it to them, which is just a fantastic rule. That is just a wonderful rule. Which one was I using for this? I'm using the opener one. No, it was definitely the other one, the smaller one. Yeah, if you put big tires on it, I mean, getting it to be all-wheel drive, it's because the Amazon is a rear-wheel drive car. You may have been talking about your own thing, but I inserted myself into that because I'm not thinking right now. I'm doing a bunch of stuff. But getting the thing to actually, like, hold on one sec. I have to do this. Same orientation for these so that the green is on one side and the blue's on the other. I don't know what you would have to do in order to get the suspension to be all-wheel drive and still work properly without redoing a lot of the underbody. And it is a 1960s car, so I don't know what kind of state it's in. It's not McPherson. I think it's double wishbone on the front, but the front, you can't get a drive axle through. So would you take the suspension from the Tesla and move it over? The Tesla, in the showroom, they show it as being like a tray, because you've got the big battery at the bottom, and then you've got the front rear suspension. I don't know how the car itself is made, so I think it might be a matter of adapting and a lot of different little brackets and stuff. It can still be done, though. Of course, then you have Tesla tires, so I don't know what that leads you into. I wouldn't want Tesla wheels, for sure. Get some nice, clean 5-spoke Volvo R wheels on it. Use a smaller one. That actually kind of worked. It's not the cleanest work that I've ever done. Not winning any awards with it. And then, what was I? Oh, there it is. Okay, so you guys can see how this is progressing. I'm basically just jumping from place to place and setting the wires down and making it as clean as I can make it. I will continue to do this in the background. I will do this off air so that you guys don't have to sit here and watch me crimp stuff. But I promise you this, I will not test this until it is done, until it is on air. So on air, we'll be able to test this thing out. Let's see, Gigantify mode, blah, 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 blah. Oh, NanoCat, I missed the sub. Oh, that was 2 days ago, never mind. We've had so little activity today. It's everybody's kind of busy this Thursday. So little activity, but you can see where I'm going with this. It's basically everything is plugged in and sort of guarded and shrouded, so that if I go like this, I'm not going to blow up. I probably would blow up if I did this on this circuit, but I want to make it at least a little bit protected against my idiocy. This is going to have to be crimped to this, and I'll want to leave enough wire that I can undo it if I need to. But You gonna print an enclosure? I should. It may eventually lead to printing an enclosure. I don't want to overdo this project. It's really just, I want something that flicks an emote in my face, and if it's gonna be MakerBeam connected to everything, then so be it. Eventually it can grow, and I would like to turn it into something where it serves up the emote, like on a little conveyor belt or something, and it just goes, dude, and then and throws it in my face. Maybe one day it'll be aimable, but that is not, we're not gonna go out of scope for this stuff, right? We're gonna put this together, we're gonna get it to work, we're gonna get it on a clean set. Oh, that scared the shit out of me. You said idea just as I was plugging this into the board, and so there's suddenly a lot of light when I'm holding a high voltage enclosure, and so something animalistic and deep down in my brain tensed up and released adrenaline at that. Be a good idea with high voltage and things flying around and things being touched unintentionally. Well, that's the reason we're doing this is because I was moving the circuit around when it was on the perforated prototyping board, which I don't know where that went. That's not in view anymore. If it's out of view, it's gone. I don't have object permanence. The board was on a perforated prototyping board, and I was moving it around on the bench in order to build the stuff around it, and so it ended up blowing up one of the TIP 122s. I've got a lot of these and they're cheap. So that's it's a good Darlington array to do stuff with, right? But I don't want that to happen again at this stage. We're at that stage in the project where we're actually building this up to be a little bit more permanent. I need to start marking down the people that are asking me constantly about burn the subs. And I appreciate people being, you know, excited about that project, excited to see that project. I feel like I get a lot of the same people asking about it over and over again. Most people here know the score, is that these projects are little tiny baby steps that lead us to burn the subs. So eventually, burn the subs will be fully functional on here. But these are part of that. These are part of the lead up into that. Yeah, and projects like that take a lot of time and they burn you out. And I know it's always, I always hate it because you always get compared to other streamers. Other streamers do stuff faster and better, and they've got simpler projects, and we do things a particular way over here where it gets a little boring. I'm trying to deal with that. It just feels like such a personal thing when people ask me about it, because it's been a multi-year project at this point. So we will get to it. And one of the big things we need to do is just get all that hardware locked down. Then we need to get the Raspberry Pi onto the MQTT system. Then we can send it subs. Then we need to figure out how we're going to be handling either database backup onto the file server or transmitting it over MQTT back to the file server. I want that database to be in a different location, possibly a truncated format. I don't know. We'll have to see, because a lot of the it's such a great project. People are excited about it. We grew up with instant gratification. Well, on your end, it is instant gratification, because you guys just sub and then it goes up on the board, and there's this whole thing to it. It's a whole special thing. I'm slowly building back the chat interaction. We're getting there. The pieces are being fleshed out. I want this emote thing to work because it's another thing that works on that system. So I'm taking the time to put this thing together so I don't have a big fire hazard sitting on my desk. From there, we can work on burn the subs. And we're going to do some stuff with the mixer and the music stuff as well. And I'm going to do a lot of stuff in the background too. It's just got too many fires burning at the moment. The thing from Julian, it's like I'm between a rock and a hard place. The thing from Julian, of course, he only wants me to work on it when it's fun. He doesn't want me to do what I'm doing and stress about it right now, right? So the Julian project and other audio projects could potentially lead to a business. I could build these things as kits, and we could sell them as kits. Julian's really good at doing promotion. I'm good at building stuff and designing stuff. Burn the subs will bring back more of you guys and make the stream a little better, which is a different business. So push and pull, right? I don't know which one I want to prioritize right now. Project difficulty versus content versus your personal speed should never be versus someone else on their things. Yeah, well, listen, I would be constantly comparing myself. That's why I kind of censor myself from a lot of other creators. Now, there's some creators in here. There's some people that do their own streams in here, and I love to promote them, and some of them are my good friends. They have been a little bit more assertive in sort of getting to know me. I tend to hang back around these other, like similar content creation streams, because that comparison will kill me. And I know some of you guys are coming in with a perspective of knowing another streamer and how they get through their stuff. Look, I'm dumb, okay? I don't do things that quickly. I'm dumb in ways that are unique to me, and possibly don't apply to other streamers. So, and you know, the same goes for that. So it's, you know, I don't know. I'm hoping that I'm keeping up pace on here, and I'm hoping I keep up the variety. In order to do so, though, tomorrow we're going to take apart this thing. This thing's crazy. It's like a giant battery with a turbine on the top. What's not to love? I don't think I'll be able to do any more building of this until like the weekend. But when I get to this thing, I'll finish it, because there's not that much to do left. We need to run big wire to the high voltage stuff so that the high amperage switching can happen. I don't know if these will heat up yet. We'll have to investigate that when we get to it. And then the low voltage stuff is just a matter of a couple connections left. And then everybody gets ground. 5 volts goes to all of its locations. That's pretty much it. There's not much to do. There's a bunch of discombobulated stuff to do. I'll cut out a PCB for this, so I can solder down a PCB, and then I can maybe add a bleed resistor to it, as well as a connector on the end. I'm here for oh bother co-working time. I don't care what you're working on. I appreciate you people for that. I'm here for the farts. Well, you got the farts back at least. That was step 1 of getting back to Burn the Subs, is getting the cool stuff that you guys can interact with flowing. Eventually we'll get to the Furby and hooking the Furby up to the rest of the system too. One of the next things that I want to do is petulantly add something for the beginning of stream, for when people are asking if stream has started yet. I want something to activate on the screen to make them feel bad. So, Carmen Farden. I'm sure they would love you making up that that acronym for that new little nickname, Carmen Farden. I'm sure the Germans would love that. Well, actually, anyway, all right. I did not program the next stream date, did I? Or do I? Wait, what did I do? That one says January 17th. Oh, I'm way scrolled up. I have a secret admin channel in my Discord where I set Nightbot commands and put screenshots of the next stream subject that you guys will never see. Well, it's actually on camera right now. All I do in this channel is use Nightbot, but it's a way to just kind of put it away so you guys aren't exposed to it. So anyway, CVS has not contacted me again, have they? Pharmacy, James W. Hold on one sec. Get your prescription and request. We're working on it. To check RX status, click here. We're working on it. What does that mean? I have to check in on my freaking prescription. I don't want to not get insulin. We're working on it. What work is there to do? You either have it or you don't. Okay. Did I update this command? Yes, I did. So now I can use it on air. Yeah, they just sent me please hold via text when they didn't have to do that. End. So, next stream, 19 hours, 5 minutes, 20 seconds. I'll be there. If you want, you can join the B-Sky, where I post pictures of Willow defeating things, or check me out on Discord. It's just a general hangout, not too much going on. And tomorrow we take something apart. I will catch you guys then. Oh wait, let's check to see if like Flatulent Gonad is streaming. I need to build the who's streaming thing that the other Lone Star built. And I could at a glance see if there were people to raid. It doesn't show them all. It doesn't show them. Oh, everybody is streaming. No wonder. It is a busy day. Oh, he is. Okay, we're going to raid into my Flatulent Gonad. We're going to raid into My Summer Car. We're going to raid into Flatulent Gonad, who's doing My Summer Car, maybe. I don't know what exactly he's up to, but we'll check him out. We'll check him out. So let's raid. That's not for the YouTube people. All one of them are not raiding. Raid Flatulent Gonad. Boop. There we go. Yeah, let's throw some people over at Flatulent, and I will catch you guys tomorrow, where we will dissect something. Ready to go. Let's go. you can still hear me, then you didn't raid, and I'm going to go ahead and stop stream.